Alrighty, let's hope everything is working. Hi. Howdy, discarded child. Hi, howdy. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Let me make sure this is set up. I forgot to double check that my capture card is working. God damn it. I'll do that just quickly now. But howdy, you're okay? Hell yeah. I am still tired. That's how it feels!
This guy's a lost cause.
That's how it feels!
Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
The past couple of days, by God, you know. Also, howdy, minutes from the sky. Hi, welcome in, and howdy, Ash. Hi. Let me just quickly double check that my capture card is on and working. It's not! Yay! I love when my capture card decides to have a fit. I love it so much when it decides that it doesn't want to work anymore. That's one of my favorite things. There we go. Still scuff? Yeah, still very scuff. Dude, I have an energy drink. I need that shit, dude. But, I definitely feel like a lost cause. So, you know how the last time I did stream, I was playing zombies because I was like, man, I just I was making the joke of like, I think this is, it got worse. So, I cheated on you all. I can't play, water park sim anymore. And the reason is because I finished it. Do with that, like, interpretation as you will, but in like, I made a new, okay, so I was like, well, I just want to play it for a little bit because I'm tired, and I just want to play it for a very little bit, right? I just want to play a little bit of it, so I made a new game. I didn't expect it to go past where I already was on stream. And then I kept playing it, and then I played Water Park Simulator for 4 days straight. Wake up, turn computer on, play Water Park Sim. I have unlocked pretty much fucking everything, right? Like, the only things left to unlock are like, oh, the restock person is faster, or you get more money, right? I think there's literally, like, get bigger chips, the next lifeguard level, something like that. But as far as like attractions and decorations and pools and placing and size, I've already done it all. And then I've already placed all the ones that I want down. And then I've already decorated it because I was running out of things to do. So I've painted everything. I've gone through. There is nothing left for me to do besides like just place shit for the sake of placing shit. Like just placing down like, oh, I could put a plant here, I guess. But, like, there's nothing left to do. Actively do, right? There's no more like, oh, I gotta get the next pool. I wanna make this pool over here. Like, I've done it. And it's like, fuck. And then I was like, you know what? I still don't want to use my brain. So I started playing. I relaunched Trading Card Simulator. I'm cooked, bro! I'm just playing slop games! I'm just sitting here playing slop! I'm just so serious when I had no job and just played game by my lazy days. I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty baller. It's like, on one hand, it's like, I'm pretty sure that this is a cry for help, but on the other hand, it's pretty baller. Right? So, like, I ain't about to sit here and be like, no, nah, it's pretty baller. I'm not about to fucking lie. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, it was so like, oh, it was the worst. It kind of was to a degree because there were points where I'm sitting there and it's like, am I playing this just so I'm doing nothing or am I actively enjoying it? Am I playing it because it's one of the easiest things to like launch and play right now, and because if I wasn't playing this, I'd be doing nothing, or is it because I want to play it? And it's like at the same time, right? At least I'm like it's like again, it's better than doing nothing. So it's fine. So yeah, I think it's pretty fucking baller. But I will say it's like it's good to have something, right? Because before I streamed and there was only games, it felt like aimless and it felt a little stinky. But then I started streaming and I was like, no, now that I have something that differentiates, this is enough. This, if I could just find a way to live the way I'm living now until the end of my days, I reckon I'd be pretty content. I have stream. That gives me fulfillment. I can set goals that I can reach goals. I can work towards things. I can work at improving several areas of hobby where I feel rewarded for improving when I actually do, when I can get the motivation there. And if I could live the way that I'm living now, I reckon I could live out the rest of my days peacefully, you know? I reckon I could have, obviously there's some things that could be better, but it's like, isn't that for everybody? Nobody, like, you know, people wipe their tears with $100 bills. It's like, it's not, there's no, like, you know, come and say, yeah, I just, that is a very good life goal. I just want to be as unproductive as possible. Hang on, give me one moment. Okay, that's better. But no, I have like, after 9 straight days, you have my condolences. That sounds like hell. That does not sound fun. But also, okay, welcome in, Captain, and welcome in, Ozzy, welcome in, Menace from the Sky, and welcome in, Scotch, and welcome in, Ash. I should probably get into the game. Oh shit, did I do that? Did I, most of my problems come down to laziness, which is, you know, one of those things where it's like, can be worked on. Dude, I need to clean my desk. It is the past, because like I said, I've literally just been sitting here, open water park sim, doing nothing. That's like, I'm building a little fucking neat nest. I've been building a fucking neat nest. Also, I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I was meant to stream yesterday. I was even talking to Jesse about how yesterday I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna like start and I'm gonna play Dino Cop. I'm probably gonna stream Dino Cop later. And then I just existed. And then I was like, it was like midnight. I was like, oh shit, that's right. Cause like I literally started the day like, oh, it is Friday. I will stream today. And then at some point, my brain was like, it's Thursday. And yeah, you're right, it's Thursday, it's Thursday. And then I looked at the time and I was like, ah, that's right, it wasn't Thursday part 2, it was Friday. I just thought Thursday had 2 parts. I just thought there was 2 parts to Thursday. In my defense, recently Jesse's been working on Fridays and he was home. So I'm used to the idea of if Jesse is home, it is Sunday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And he was home. So it makes sense that the day was either Sunday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And so my brain just went, oh, it's Thursday today. No, it's not. Thursday was yesterday, you dumb bitch. Anyway, but on Monday, I'll be playing Dino Cop. I was going to start it today, but then I was like, no, because if I start it today, I know I'm not going to finish it today, and then I'm going to have a day break in between, and I hate doing that shit. I hate launching a game, getting into a game, and then having a break day immediately. So I'm going to start it on Monday so that I can no-life it and get it finished. So that I don't do that thing where I have, like, 500 unfinished games. I don't want to add it to the unfinished games list. Also, welcome in, Uranus on YouTube. Welcome in. Oh, I should make any fucking emote, actually. In general, I should make emotes. The Emmy, it might be. Maybe. I don't know anymore. Because usually I'm not a big fan of like simulator games, and I'm usually a bigger fan of shooters. And then just like again the past couple, I guess like this week, it's been particularly like, I will say, you guys can scream brain rot all you want. I will join you on that one. I almost did stream again today because I was like, oh, like, I was streaming what I was going to play anyway, which is the goal, right? And that's always been about, like with streaming, is it's never like, oh, I want to play a game on stream only because it's for stream. I don't want to play anything I don't want to play ever. And so I was like, it's great because I am playing what I want to play today. I'm playing what I would have played if I wasn't live. The difference being that because I'm streaming it, I can't watch a movie on the side. And I've been watching movies. Yesterday, I watched 28 Days Later, and then I watched Now You See Me while I was playing Card Shop Sim and Water Park Simulators. And it's like, I can't watch a movie if I'm streaming. I mean, I could. But I think you guys would be able to tell if I went silent and I just stayed off to the side for an extended period of time and then was like, man, that was cool. Or like, man, that kind of... Dude, no, okay, so if you were like Now You'll See Me, block your ears. What the fuck is up with that movie? Like, I watch it, and I was like, it was one of those things of maybe it's because my attention was in other places, but then I Googled it to make sure, like, did I miss anything? And it's like, no, that's just how it kind of is. And it's like, so... Who am I meant to care about? Like, the whole time I'm watching the movie, it's like, whose side am I on? Because usually when you watch a movie, you're like, oh, this is the main character and I like them. And then the movie sets up these fucking characters. And then it's like, so anyway, you know those 4 people we set up that are really cool? We gave them like the smallest bit of personality. And you assume that over the course of the movie, you'll learn more about their dynamics and maybe they'll get to be closer together. And then it's like, so anyway, fucking forget about them. They don't exist anymore.
Dog.
No,
Relax.
I'm here to rage.
Here,
I'm here to
I got you
rage.
some funny walkie-tobachi from the monkey. That's some good stuff. Do you have any Doritos?
I don't. I've been craving
I feel
them.
like something crunchy. Ooh,
I want salt and vinegar chips so badly,
found a
man.
burrito
I
in
want
my
salt and vinegar
shelf.
chips so fucking badly.
You want a bite?
I don't want to. Turtle shell burrito. But it's like, it's not even the fact that shooters are getting samey. It's like, it's just the, like literally like any other game, I wouldn't be bothered. Like story game wise, I can't be, but I just want something where I can pick it up and then I can drop it. I do not want any commitment right now. I want to be able to go, I'm leaving now, and I just quit it. And there's nothing there. Because like any shooter you do, right? The moment you load into a match, you're committed because almost any of them, right? You leave either you're forfeiting something. So like a lot of games, it's like, oh, well, anything you did doesn't count, right? Lose all of your fucking XP that you've got, right? Lose all of your XP, lose all of your, even if it's like a single player shooter, right? Like just a single player game, it's like lose that quest progress, right? And then it's like, oh, well, I don't want to leave like, you know, midway through a quest because it ruins the vibe, right? You like sitting there and then you have to wait until it's like, you don't have to, but it feels better to wait until you're at a point where you're like, I can come back to this, right? And I'm not in the middle of a boss fight. It kind of sucks when you sit down to play a game and it's just straight to the boss fight and there's no build up whatsoever because you already did all the build up like last week. It's like, it sucks. So it's like, I don't want that. I want to be able to just walk away whenever the fuck I want. And even if though I know I'm going to sit, it's the whole illusion of choice, man. It's a mirage because I know I'm going to sit down and I'm going to play it for 6 fucking hours straight. But I want the illusion that I could leave at any time that I want. Like, that I can go like, oh, I'm not feeling this, and I can just close it. I don't lose any quest progress. I won't come back to the middle of a fight. I won't lose my XP. I won't get a penalty for abandoning. I won't get... You know what I mean? Because it's like, even zombies, like on Marvel Rivals, playing single player, you get a warning that if you want to quit the match, you'll get a penalty for abandoning and you'll lose your fucking shit, right? And it's like, that sucks. Like, I want my time to be, I didn't spend like, you know, potentially 20 minutes playing this fucking game to lose everything that I just got in the last 20 minutes. Like, it's literally just that. stale than I'm playing Overwatch. I don't know, for me again, Rivals still isn't stale for me. I'm still enjoying it all the same.
She says no. Then there is always her stepbro. Also,
Go down the family
if
line.
her cake is thick and fat, you shall hit it just like Doja Cat. These words, my students, you must remember them.
Thank you, Master. Mullet and Mad Days, sure you could just jump in for 5 minutes or 5 hours. So the single player though, it doesn't ring a bell. Like I've heard of it, but I think when I looked at it, I didn't like it. The other thing for me, right, is aesthetic means a lot. So if it's top down, or it's like, you know, a fixed camera angle, or it's isometric, I can't play it. If it's a shooter and it's like a platformer, I can't play it. So like games like that I know would be good, but I can't play would be things. Hotline Miami comes to mind as well, because it's kind of like you drag the I can't play it. I can't do it. It's not for me. I don't like that kind of like camera angle. I don't like it. I like first person and third person, and then past that, it varies game to game. Colors of Hotline Miami, but it's first person. I swear I've seen it, but I remember, if I remember correctly, I remember looking at it and then being like, I don't think I would like it. Also, Warhammer Vermintide, I've played that. I ran out. It's another one where it's like, it got to the point where it's like all that's left is just DLC stuff, which is harder to motivate myself to do because, as I've said before, I need quests. I need an end goal. So with Water Park, it was make my water park, right? Make it pretty. The rest of the actual gameplay fucking sucked. I didn't like it, right? Well, it didn't suck. It's just that that's not why I'm there. I'm not there because I absolutely love mopping puddles, man. I'm there because it's like, I want to make my water park. And then I made it, and it's like, well, I'm done now. There's nothing left for me to do. Like, obviously, I can keep going through the days, and playing the actual gameplay loop, but that means nothing to me anymore. And so if it's like, oh, main story's finished, it's like, and then it means nothing to me anymore. It doesn't matter how much I love it, how fun it is. All of it is irrelevant because the main storyline's done and I don't get quests anymore. The only reason why I play Card Shop Simulator is because I have problems. And so it's like I said, I put a movie on the side and then I sit there and I have downloaded mods so that I can more efficiently stand in the corner and just open packs. That's it. I just want to stand there and I want to open packs because god damn it, I can't do it in real life. That's so much. So I'm cheating? Yeah, pretty fucking much. So the two mods that I've gotten are auto set prices because in my opinion, that one isn't cheating because if I was the kind of player that sat there and went, oh, well, it's this price, so this price, and I was manually entering prices. No. I hit market price round, market price round, market price round, market price round every fucking time. I never hit any other button unless it's to add 10%. So I downloaded a mod that is like when you place it, market price percent round, and it does it automatically instead of me having to press the buttons every fucking time.
Just remember, if her cake looks like a snack, you shall open it like a Pokemon pack.
More wise words to live by. Thank you, Mas. But also, I should probably actually just get into the game. Becomes minus. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I just can't. I can't motivate myself. And which is why basically it's gotten to the point where I watch movies. It auto opens faster. And that's the other one, is I can hold more packs, so I'm not limited, so I can set it so I can open any pack that I want. It auto opens faster, which all I was doing before was holding the mouse button so that it auto opened, and it's like, so now my finger doesn't hurt from holding my mouse button repeated, like, so that it just goes through faster. And those are the two ones I've gotten. auto opens faster so that I don't have to hold my mouse button, and auto place, like auto set price so that I don't have to press the same 3 buttons. Like I said, if I was coming up with prices individually anyway, that would be one thing. But since all I'm doing is that, why not have it do that? And my logic is stuff like, in my mind, right? It's almost like I've gone and I've gotten a like, I've upgraded my store to have digital price tags, right? Think of it, that's how I think of it. Because like so it's like, it's not illogical that you would write a code or a script or whatever. I don't code, but maybe you can vibe code it, chat GPT it, whatever. Thank you. Dude, my laptop is struggling today. What the fuck? Oh god, please. You know, I don't need YouTube videos when I have this as my entertainment. Where the fuck is my mouse so I can... Yeah, there we go. Oh, dude, this guy's been sitting here trying to buy this the whole time I was yapping. He's been waiting for 20 fucking minutes for me to stop staring at a wall. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whoa. Also, welcome in, Tux. Also, I forgot, I was midway through my rant. I was midway through my now you see me rant. How's my night going? I woke up at 5 o'clock and I thought it was 2 o'clock and I got kind of sad. That's how basic. And then, okay, so this is actually the saddest one. This one almost made me go back to bed. My fucking laptop is struggling. Also, I need to make sure I pick the different playlists because, I need it to be... Thank you. Let me do this and then set it to shuffle and repeat. That scared me. Something started beeping. Wait, I don't understand. Hang on. My laptop actually is struggling so much that I almost can't play music now. That's how bad it's getting. Holy shit. I might have to... I like playing music on the laptop because the laptop's where I'm able to put it in a different soundtrack so it doesn't save on Twitch. But it's like... Yeah, I might have to just play it and risk Twitch being like, yeah, we're going to like take your VOD down. Do I have an update? No, I double checked all that. My laptop just doesn't, too many apps. Tangier fries it. Again, I've multiple times, but dude, how am I meant to turn Tangier off to make my laptop not die when if I just pause it? So that I don't have a mental overload. Everyone's like, where's Tangier? And I'm meant to be like, by the way, no Tangier ever until I like buy a stream PC or something like that. Like, how am I meant to say that? Like, obviously that's not gonna fucking fly. Dude, oh, I'm so excited. I know it's like days away, but it's one of those things of now I know what's coming up. I'm getting pizza on Tuesday. But like, no, what was I doing? I was, Game is cool, what's the FPS? So there's 2. Game's fine. So, the thing, it is literally the apps for VTubing. The game is on a different PC. So I say stream PC, but I already have the stream laptop. I'm not streaming from the system I'm gaming on.
Don't turn me off, please.
See, how am I meant to turn it off now?
Wise words.
See, I can't.
Spread to my students.
Yeah, because it's fried, dude. You guys are frying it. If streams fucking crashes, I will not be surprised.
Shall do the
I will not. So, yeah, it's basically, it's the fact that VTube Studio plus all the application, it's too much for it. So, And I've already turned down a bunch of resolutions. I've already turned down a bunch of stuff. It's just the fact that the CPU is not enjoying it. So, like, again, game-wise, I can't do anything because that's my game PC, right? It's unrelated. They're not, I use a capture card. Yeah, it's because basically the problem was that I was like, I've spent so long making my VTuber model that I was like, there's no way I'm not using it to its fullest extent.
It's not gay. 2. Kiss your homies. Good night.
No, it never is. Anyone who tells you that it is, they're just sad. That's the kind of person, they're just sad and they're lonely, and you should reconsider why you hang out with them if they try to tell you that. But yeah, my problem essentially stems from too many like VTubing applications. So you got your face tracking, you got the throwing program, you got your Tangia, you got the app that's used to play the music.
If she has cake, you shall give her your raise.
That is too much. Jesus fuck. Dude, I think on one hand, right, I would say that it's like, goddamn, that's some horny mind. I will say, I don't even think that's horny posting. Because every single one of them, you haven't said anything except that I think you're hungry. This feels like one of those moments. I'm about to hand you a fucking, what is it? What's the way? Kill hungry, thirsty, dead. Or I'm gonna, yeah. But the fact is that all the ones that you're thinking of right now are cake related. I think you're just fucking hungry. Yeah, Snickers is another one. You know, you when you're hungry. I think you're just fucking hungry. Like, there's none of these that use anything else except for cake. I think you're just snackish. I think you should have a snack and come back and tell us how you feel. Because if it was like, if you used any other fucking, you know, oh, when she got the ass, you have to mow it like crap. I'd be like, okay, well, that's horny posting. But it's like, well, craving then. Maybe you're not hungry, but I think you want something sweet. I think you want a cake. Because clearly it's just, the key word is cake. I think, is it like a birthday coming up? Maybe your brain's trying to remind you of a fucking, oh my god.
It's not the dick that makes it gay. It's whether or not they have balls. Balls are the creators of testosterone and viable sperm. Sure, the dick could short sperm, but as long as it didn't come from the balls, it's okay.
How am I meant to, how am I meant to motivate myself to sit, as I was saying, I have been spending my days playing this, sitting in a corner, opening card packs, and watching movies. How am I meant to convince myself that streaming it is better? Because it's like, I could be raging it now you see me again. I could be watching the other one, which apparently is worse than the first one. I don't know, my problem was literally that it's like, it's cool in a concept, but I don't care about the characters, and that's bad. I didn't know part 2 of the text did it. Hang on, let me see. I have to go through. Yeah, I have to approve it. It's being withheld for fuck it. I can't, I'm not reading all that. Let him read it.
If it's a big, meaty, manly dick, then it's
I regret.
gay.
I regret.
If you're masturbating to a dick, that's obviously a male. But if it's smooth, silky, lean, and feminine, then you know you're not gay, because the dick is feminine and obviously belongs to a girl.
I don't think I've ever had such a whiplash of maybe I shouldn't have approved that. Like, it's one of those things of like, as I'm pressing the button, it's like, you know, if it's being held for moderation, that it's probably like, you better be ready to lose some brain cells the moment it's being held for moderation. It's like, get ready to lose some sanity meter, right? And then I clicked it anyway. Anyway, now you see me, annoys me. I thought that it was cool conceptually, but then it was like, I don't understand who I'm meant to root for basically the whole time. That was it. That was all I was trying to get out. Is also the least realistic part of that for me was that it was just like, I'm trying to rant about a movie. I'm trying to rant about a movie, and you guys are like, does anybody have any other confessions they would like to say? Does anybody have anything, like, rage? It's kind of hard when every time I start ranting, it's like, so anyway, here's the rundown on why a dick isn't gay. And here's my preferences, right? So, confess what? I don't know either. Dude, I'm tired. Does that count as a confession? I don't know. Some people might count it as a confession. I think it's just like, I don't know. British and Australian women more than any other kind of. And we'll say, yeah, I feel like, and I'm also tired. I think that explains a lot. I think the fact that it's just like, I just got home and I'm tired. It's like, yeah. I think you should have a snack and a nap. I think, or just a sleep. I think the internet VTuber says that it sounds like you need sleep and a snack. Really, it should be. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not. This is how it is every day. This is every day. This is the normal. This is. This isn't even that weird. This is genuinely. I think this happened earlier this week, didn't it? Was it this week or the other week? I can't remember, but that's basically why I was like, yeah, we're playing Card Shop Sim, because if I don't put something on the screen to distract, we're going to have another. At least no one was making. You know what? This is. I actually don't know what I would. But anyway, this is not that odd. This is average. This is I don't know either, dude. I am every day I awaken, and like I said, if I could do this for the rest of my days, if I could just sit and vibe and focus on my hobbies and everything until the day I die, that would be great. I guess that's everybody's fucking dream though. But it's like, I don't know why I bought that fucking card. Wait, I'm gonna buy before I spend the money and I can't do it anymore. What is my hobby? This. I'm playing video games on the internet. Also sometimes I don't know, ranting about movies. And like, who am I like, and now you see me, who am I meant to root for? Right? Because again, it introduced the characters, it set them up, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be them struggling throughout this shit and them coming closer together. I feel like I got nothing. Like, it set it up like they were going to be the main characters, and then I felt like there was maybe like 2 scenes out of like a 2-hour fucking movie, I think it was, or some shit. There was like 2 scenes where it was like, okay, like, I guess that's kind of like, and then it just kind of gets to the end and it's like, you know what, over the past year, and it's like, it's been a year? Like, did I miss a sequence? Did I miss a whole ass sequence? But then I googled it and apparently I didn't really miss anything, and that's just, the movie kind of just does that. Like, it's like, do I read books? I wish I did. Now you see me. Cause they set it up and I was like, oh, it's going to be a movie about the 4 people and their relationship to each other. There's probably going to be scenes and sequences where they, you know, they play off each other. Maybe they, like, you know what? I'm expecting, like, these 4 people and their hijinks are going to be the main screen time. And then it's like, so anyway, here's Mark Ruffalo! And then I don't, like, that's it. And it's like, but I didn't know if I was meant to care about, like, it's like the whole thing is like, wait, so do I want them to get caught? Because you're showing me him a lot of the time. And, like, but am I, like, who's... Like, it's literally that whole thing of I didn't know which side to be on. Which, to be fair, right, can be good, right? You can get, and you can be there and you can be like, oh, both sides make really good arguments. But, like, again, maybe I missed, but I Googled it to try and see if I did miss anything. And I couldn't, like, most of the fucking reviews were basically what I said, where it's like, look, it's kind of cool, but the characters fall really fucking flat. And I feel like for the amount of time that, like, I feel like it was marketed towards, oh, this will be the magicians, and then I open it and it's like, oh, it's the cop, and I get the plot twist, and again, conceptually, like, if you lay it all out and you'd be like, this is what would happen, right? It's like, that sounds cool. That does sound cool. But then in execution, I'm just confused. Because it really does feel like the characters are summed up by, like, rockstar magician, morally dubious mentalist who can hypnotize anybody, despite the fact that hypnotism is one of those things where you have to be already a really, like, you know, you have to have a suggestive personality, and, you know, but whatever, he's just so good at hypnotism, he can make like a woman forget that the husband cheated. That's probably the most memorable scene at the very beginning, right? Yeah, it's a heist movie. And again, it's like the concepts in there are kind of cool, but I don't know that it's like, yeah, so rockstar magician, I can hypnotize everybody, woman, and guy. Like, am I wrong? And then it's literally felt like the romance plot was really forced. It's like, was she ovulating? Do you know what I mean? It's like, is she, like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like one of those things where I had my brain off, but then and then I was like, oh, I guess it's kind of cool conceptually. Because, like, literally she walks in and, like, there's just immediately like, oh yeah, they have, like, tension, oh yeah, like, you know, every scene, there's no real conflict between them, because even the whole, like, oh, I think magic could be cool, and his, like, magic actually, like, you know, takes advantage of people, even that's flirty, dude, the whole time. It's, like, a flirty fight at worst, right? There's rarely moments where it's, like, it feels like they're forcing it. There's no substance. There's no real rivalry. It's just, like, literally they meet, they go into an interview room, and immediately, I guess that's the joke, is it's the mentalist guy, and he's just like, oh yeah, before you get involved, like, he has daddy issues and, like, everything, and it's already trying to set them up 2 seconds after they meet. And it's like, yeah, it was, like I said, it was good background noise. But then I thought about it, and that was a mistake. After I ended the movie, I was like, that was kind of all right, I guess. It was good background noise. It was, like, cool to look at. And like I said, conceptually, that was pretty neat. And then I thought about it for more than 2 seconds, and I ruined the whole fucking movie. Because I'm telling you now, what is the likelihood? I know that people in power make, like, big mistakes all the time, and they're stupid. But you're telling me that this big rich guy CEO, the insurance company CEO, whatever, actively, like, it's the whole thing of, like, I don't get it. Dungeons and Dragons gets a pass because it's goofy. It has a point, right? It's goofy and it's fun and it's like ruin the whole Fast and Furious franchise. That is true. I've never watched any of them because I don't like cars to begin with, and that seems to be most of the thriller. And it's like, Okay. So, I looked at it, but I was like, I don't think there's anything more for me there. But, literally, I realized...
Your dick's too small to dangle.
Yeah, that's basically... Also, did I miss a giant plot point? Because... it's that whole thing of I understood... I'm gonna Google it really quickly. I'm gonna Google it because because if it's actually what it said, that is the dumbest... Hang on, I'm Googling it because I'm even trying, and it's like even if you frame it like that, I think it's the dumbest fucking shit. Like him, again, the plot twists and everything, but it's like the main thing that annoyed me, there was two things, right? The one where it was the insurance guy was like, oh yeah, yes I did endorse, pay for a show for all these four, magicians, and yes they did, and are now being actively investigated in a bank robbery. You do, you would think, how expensive is this game? Time-wise or price-wise? But, no, it's one of those things where it's like, yay. That came back as being not shit. Oh, yeah, well, none of them came back as, shit, though. Price? I think, 18 AUD or something. It's not expensive. It is good slopping. But the director is however, but he also did Group C. It as a masterpiece. Yeah, but it's there are movies where they're so ridiculous, right? But it's the rule of cool, right? I am willing to suspend a lot of disbelief if what you show me is cool enough, right? I feel like they had to pick one. I feel like screen time wise, I understand why they did, but I think it's too many cooks or too many ideas or too many, you know what I mean? I feel like the screen time was too spread in the sense of, like I said, I couldn't tell who to root for. 'Cause I get that that's the point, but I feel like either pick one of them, right? You set it up as if it's going to be those four people in charge, and then I feel like they're not really on screen enough for me to think they're the main characters. Yeah, I feel like it could have been cooler. It's one of the few times where it's actually, I think this could have been better if they had the time to expand on it. I would have liked scenes where, instead of them just telling, right? I feel like there was so many scenes where it was just exposition in the sense of, instead of, they're just oh yeah, there's this order of magicians. Oh yeah. There's this order of magicians and they have to follow in blind faith, or they I wish and it's so I think a sequence where maybe the four of them are that's what I mean. I would have loved more scenes where it's oh, the four of them fighting about, are we really just going to do this, right? Because two of them have met, and one of them looks up, it sets up like there's going to be dynamics between the four, and I don't see much of it at all, right? But like, again, maybe I'm misremembering, but it really does feel like they never really flesh out the four horsemen besides Guy. He looks up to the other guy, who the chick was also his assistant once. Brain trick dude. And I feel like they don't flesh them out any more than that. But they were all of the marketing, and they were the setup, and then it drops them. And it's like, so anyway, here's Mark Ruffalo's character. He has daddy issues. Also, like I said, I'm re-googling it because maybe if the setup was slightly different, then it's like I said, I remember being like, so am I rooting for them? I think they could have set it up in a way, maybe don't start it with them. You know what I mean? Maybe start it with, make the Mark Ruffalo character actually be the main character. Because I think he is. Compared to the other four, he's the fucking main character. I know that he has the death of his father influences his whole career. I know more of his backstory. I know more of everything, what matters to him, his motivations, his everything. And I'm just supposed to believe their motivations when it's the guy who's actually not really connected to it at all, who's like explaining everything of like, oh yeah, well, there's the secret order of magicians and they have to follow in blind faith and they use their secrets for good instead of evil, or they do this or that and this and that. But it's like, I would say the pacing is really weird. And what they chose to focus on, in my opinion, was a little odd. Like, I feel like if they just made the Mark Ruffalo dude the main character and just made it more of a like, the ACB2, I don't know. Okay, so it's one of those things where I am one of those people, I love dumb movies, dude. I love brain slop. I love Meg 2, right? I adore it. So maybe I'll like that one better if they do a better job of actually, like I said, I want to know I feel like they didn't give him enough time to care about him completely because he had to share screen time with them and they got barely any. Like, I was expecting to see sequences of, again, instead of just saying, oh yeah, they have to do everything blindly. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was really any scenes where they were like, I can't believe we're doing this. Do you have any doubts? Do you have any, like, you know, hesitations or anything? I feel like literally just gets to the end of the movie and they're like, man, you know, even over the past year, like, I finished it. I finished Water Park Sim. That's what I mean. It gets towards the end and it's like, yeah, over the past year. And then at the very end, they're like, do you think we did all that just to get mugged in the park? And it's like, dude, Jason said, that's what I mean. They're good. They are good slop. You can't, I feel like the problem with Now You See Me is it was trying to apply logic, right? It was trying to show everything and then explain it. And it's like, yeah, but there's no way in hell the fucking insurance CEO is going to fund another show, also like fly you around in his private jet after you're actively being investigated. Unless there's a time jump that it didn't really, because it feels like it's literally like one day they robbed a bank and the next day they're doing another show somewhere. And the rich CEO is like, no, I'm fine with associating. And it's like, I feel like he would be like, I do not condone the actions. I was not aware of what was going to happen in the show. I will do not associate. I will no longer be funding. I will no longer be, you know what I mean? I feel like after the people that you just paid for a show during that show rob a bank, you'd be stepping as far away as possible because there is no way you want to be associated with maybe I got, like, you know, I don't want them thinking that I took the money or that I was a part of it. I think you would be distancing out like yourself, or maybe I'm just too logical, but I feel like I would just be distancing myself the fuck away from all of that. And I would be like, I in no way want to be associated with people that just robbed a bank. And instead he's like, so anyway, I'm paying for them to put in another show and I'm personally transporting them. And I'm going to act really... Because presumably he has no idea what's going on in these shows, because he mentions that it's like after the plane jet. I thought that there was cool ideas. And I'm like, that in isolation, it really does feel like in isolation there's a bunch of sequences that are cool, but when you add them together, it's like, it really does feel, again, like it's just like isolation, a lot of sequences were cool, but they were stitched together really oddly. I feel like it should have just picked one. Because, as I said, I couldn't tell, is the cop a villain? Like, obviously by the end of the movie, I understand. Like, it's not like, oh, the whole concept of the movie is lost to me. Except for, like, Morgan Freeman's character, which I will tell you, maybe this is just me and my lack of attention span, but I don't remember a single fucking name. I don't remember a name at all. Of any of them. I think I remember the name of the, like, I remember the name of the sister that the guy cheated on. I think it was Janet, and that's about it. Every other name in that movie, no clue what it is. Yeah, basically, I just know them based off of actors. And even then, only the ones where it's like, someone like Mark Ruffalo, I only know because that Jesse told me like, oh, that's that actor's name. The other ones, I don't know what the actors' names are because and then Morgan Freeman, because if I didn't, like, that would be like actually like shocking. But every other person, I have no idea what the actor's name is or what their name is. I just know them as who they were, and even then, it's like very shallow. Probably. I don't know, I had a lot of people where it's like, I recognize that person. But, like, again, I didn't know, am I meant to care? Like, literally so much of it is just a case of, like... And then again, I'm trying to Google it now, and I understand that the snowball effect and revenge is weird and everything. But I do think it's a little bit... one of those things where it's like, I don't overly side with you. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't motivate me to side with you. The rest of it does, right? You had me until this one moment. And then it's kind of like, nah, you lost me. Because it's like, I get the insurance company. I get the bank. I get the rest of it. And then Morgan Freeman's characters, it's just like, well, because you exposed tricks. Which snowball effect kind of led to the death, but he didn't actively do anything that actually killed him, right? But it's like, if I'm remembering correctly and Googling correctly, it's basically it's like if a movie a movie review led to someone dying, so someone goes after the movie critic. Right? Like the person who left that review. But the person who wrote that review didn't actively have anything to do with the death. And so I feel it's just like one of those things of like, why does this guy get fucked over? Like, he almost seems like the good guy. Like, you know? Because I think the movie wants us to Again, I think the movie doesn't want the horsemen to be caught. They want us to root for the four of them because they're Robin Hooding. They're stealing money from bad people and they're giving it to everyone else. That sounds cool. So we don't want them to get caught. So then if the person chasing them would then be the bad guy, right? But he's also not the bad guy because most of the movie is us following him trying to catch them, and it paints it like we're meant to root for him catching them, but we're not because they're Robin Hooding it. And then there's Morgan Freeman, and we're actually by the end of the movie we're meant to hate him or something. Is that bad? And it's like I think the guy therapy. This whole fucking movie could have been solved with fucking therapy. I'm gonna be fucking real. I understand the rest of it, but I feel like if you lose your dad and you set your entire life story past that, like you just like, that's it, I'm getting revenge on everyone. Therapy! Fucking therapy! The whole movie is like a fucking advertisement for, hey, get therapy. Like, I'm so, like, it's one of those things therapy! Because I get that as the guy, that Morgan Freeman, he exposes the magic because that's more profitable than doing magic. And I get that that's meant to be bad, right? I get that. And that, you know what, in all fairness, it is a bit of a, like, you know, it's sticky, but it's not explicitly illegal, is it? But that's the thing, it's like, it's neither. It's actually, it's one of those things where I get it, but when your end result is, and then I'm going to frame the guy who goes around and that's like, if the fucking, do you know that show, the magicians behind the scenes with the magicians tricks and everything? It's like if that came out and that resulted in the like someone, I'd have to read because it's like, I'm going to have, because the greed, the cap, that all makes sense. I understand the bank. I understand the insurance company. I understand that. But I don't understand why it's the fault of Morgan Freeman's character. That's where it gets lost. And that's why I'm trying to Google it, because like clearly I missed something. Well, yeah, and now you see me rant. Because it's like, again, it wasn't a fun enough movie to the point where I'm willing to like turn off my brain, right? If it was like Dungeons and Dragons or like, cause you know what the other thing about Make 2 Dungeons and Dragons, and likely I haven't seen it, but like Beekeeper or like, you know, Jason say that, you know who the bad guy is, right? The movie's like, okay, you want to like this guy and you want to dislike this guy and you're going to watch this guy fuck up this guy and you're going to love it. And I do. Whether it like, you know, I root for the main character. I watch his journey over the course of the movie and I get just enough screen time of the bad guy to know that that's the bad guy and why I should hate them, but no more than that. I know why they're the bad guy. Maybe I know the motivations of why, like again, they're the bad guy, why they've decided to be the bad guy, and why they are the enemy, right? Why our main character, the one that I'm actually meant to fucking root for, is chasing them or needs to get them, or why, you know what I mean? Yes, that's what I mean. I understand, but what I don't understand is why, because all I can find and all I can see is that Morgan Freeman's character exposed the magic tricks, which resulted in the father's death, because I remember, like I said, I was watching it on the second monitor. The fact that the movie is, like, you know, simplistic enough that I can get most of the plot points without directly watching it is something else to be said, but it's slop, it's fine. It would be good, right? Bottle up it to like, no, they don't bottle it up and kill the whole family. They just form it, like, they just did that. That's what I mean. Is this like, so did he form it, or did he seek it out, or did he start it? Like, did he, like, the whole, like, so that's what I mean. Is this like, there's too much that's unsaid and not in a good way, right? Like, that's what I mean. It's basically like a movie critic writes a bad review, and that bad review means that the person who made the movie ends up dying, and so you, as the orphan of the person who died, starts a whole revenge thing, because it's not, like, that's what I mean. It's just like, I understand the rest, but unless I missed it, I don't think Morgan Freeman's, again, I have no idea what the guy's actual fucking name is. I don't think his character pulled a trigger or anything. Like, it's not that he had an actual bona fide step, right? believe Morgan's character. But that's what I mean. By the end of the movie, he's not fucking 12 anymore. Either that, or he needs to go to therapy to realize he's not fucking 12 anymore. Like, a bad review or what you decide to do on that, then it depends. Obviously, there's things like continued harassment. But if someone writes on my stream like, you stink, and I, like, you know, that's different, right? If I don't think he was actively, unless he was, but it makes it like his character didn't single out anybody, to my knowledge. He just went after who was profitable. Yeah, he exposed a trick he relied on, and that, but is that motivation in, like, and this is where, like, petty revenge, right? I would understand if it was something petty, but I feel like framing somebody for robbing millions of dollars, it goes beyond petty. Because that's serious fucking jail time, right? Being like, you made a living out of exposed, like, again, it's like, what if it's like a magician, like, again, like the exposed, there was a TV show that it's like if somebody there was like, oh no, he exposed a magic trick I rely on heavily. And if I remember correctly, it's like, to humiliate Morgan's character because he humiliated his father. Do you know what else would have been literally a better fucking idea? And if it would be really, really smart? Not, like, yeah. It's like not even like it's literally trolling as in, I want you to spend the rest of your life in jail because you exposed a magic trick. Does that not sound fucking bonkers? Like, I feel like what would have been better and what would have actually been more fucky would be actually change it or something so that it means more, or come up with something and make him out to be a fraud so that the dude's, you know, his whole thing of exposing people, make it so he can't make any money off of it anymore somehow. Like I said, I don't know how, but I feel like that would have been like a better thing, because then just like, oh, I want you expose my dad's magic trick, which snowball effect into him doing something. It's literally just one of those things of everything went wrong. Yes. Water pressure destroying a safe. That is not Morgan Freeman's fault. That was, like, as the movie explained, it was the steel company's fault and the insurance company's fault and everything like that, right? It was all of the rest of them. They all made sense. And then by the end of the movie, it's like, and the real bad guy was Morgan Freeman. And it's like, no, he fucking wasn't. Out of everybody in that fucking movie, I think the only person I would say was actually, like, you know, someone I could root for would be Morgan Freeman's character, because he's exposing the magic tricks and helping the horsemen get caught, which, again, I don't know if I want the horsemen caught or not, because the movie thinks I want them caught, but also don't want them caught. So, like I said, I'm confused, because I'm like, wait, so do I want them caught or not? Bad guy, I guess? That's what I mean, is it's like, but then the movie also sets it up like he's actually the best guy fucking ever. And he gets the girl who, like, again, and this is where it's like, is she ovulating? Was she ovulating? Because you're telling me over, I think it's meant to be implied the course of a year. There's no obvious time skips or where it says, you know, after, you know, I can't remember hearing like several months ago, or, you know, it's now. There's no obvious, like, it's been months of planning kind of vibe. But I think it's meant to be implied that this took course over the year, because there's a scene in the elevator where they're like, over the past year, I've kind of liked you guys better. And it's like, wow, that would be a really cool statement if I actually knew why you guys liked each other better, because I never saw you guys fighting and or liking each other better. You just told me you do now. Like, there's no sequences where they're actively bickering over how to do. There's no. I think it would have been cool to have the sequences of them arguing what's the best way we should use this. We should do this. We should, you know what I mean? Instead, it's like they did the trick. Morgan Freeman exposes the trick, and now Morgan Freeman's the bad guy. Yes, extremely to very little character interaction from everybody. It's spread too thin. Too many people on the screen you want me to care about, and I don't know in what way. You haven't said anyone... Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I get the insurance, right? Because also the insurance company, as I said, used loopholes out the arse end to make sure there was no payouts. I understand that. The insurance makes sense. Insurance guy was being scummy. Oh my, what a fucking... I've never heard that before in my life. That's a revelation, right? Insurance guy, I understand. The banks, I understand, related to the insurance guys and the steel companies and everything. That I understand. But literally, it's just like a guy left a bad review, so you lock him in jail for the rest of his life. Dude. Therapy. Therapy. Like... I understand that for your livelihood, you don't like him. And I understand that it's scummy. And I understand that you might want revenge and everything. But key his fucking car or some shit. Put dog poop on his front door or something. I feel like because he wrote a bad review on one of Daddy's magic tricks... and sending him to prison for, like, the rest of his fucking life basically doesn't seem very fucking fair. Okay? Like, I don't know, man. That... Like... Again, you couldn't, like, I feel like that's, like... Transactions reverse. But that's what I mean, is it's like, the whole thing's meant to be... The insurance guy, I think, actually, like, that's what I mean, is it's like... Logically, I think he would have just ended up fine. Like, that one was just for showmanship. The banks, I understand, were, like, actual. And even then, it wasn't. Because, yeah, the money at the very end, where they're like, oh, we robbed the bank and we're throwing the money into the crowd, as misdirection and everything like that, wasn't actually the real money anyway. Because, so it's like, so you didn't even Robin Hood it. Like, I shit you not, you did not even Robin Hood this fucking shit. You took the money... And instead of doing the whole, like, I would have maybe rooted for you if you had actually given the money out to everybody. I feel like the movie, personally, would have felt better. Just forget the Morgan Freeman. I feel like having him go to the guy and like... getting the information from him, which, by the way, I will just say, correct me if I'm wrong, but does it not just feel like Morgan Freeman's character is there just because he needs to be the exposition machine? Like, if you took him out of the entire fucking movie, right? The movie could still work if you just made it, if they did detective work, because let's be fucking real, right? Without Morgan Freeman's character there, are you telling me that the investigators would not have discovered that under the stage is an entire one-to-one replica of the bank in France? They would never have You're telling me that there's been a massive bank robbery and they didn't look behind the scenes at all in the big fucking arena where they did the trick? They didn't look? They didn't open a door to a staircase? Really? At all? Like, like none? You're telling me that they managed to make you think that, and you couldn't have gone back? And like, it's just the thing of like, literally, he's just there to be like, and this is how they did it. It's like, I feel like you could have just removed his character and made up some other way. Or, you know what? I feel like maybe have them being the ones doing it. You know, I feel like he's literally, his only purpose is, hi, I am Morgan Freeman. I'm going to tell Mark Ruffalo how the magic trick was done. And then I'm going to get framed for bank robbery. Like, again, I feel like you literally could just remove his character and have them actually do detective work. I feel like that would have been more. And then I think it would have been interesting because maybe he keeps dropping hints about magic tricks and maybe he's like, maybe it could be this. Or misdirection, she's studying fucking magic tricks the whole fucking time. Maybe she makes the suggestion. She could have been the one to do it. And then it would have been, she is suspicious. It already wants you to be fucking suspicious. It's already like, oh wait, what if she's actually the other horseman? What if it's actually her the whole time? We're already meant to be suspicious of her. Literally just have her be the one. Have them find evidence. Have them not know how to piece it together. And have her character step in and be like, I think it was this. Right? I've been researching and I think it was this. And then it makes sense for him to doubt her more than the guy on the more, like again, Morgan Freeman's character said we should be suspicious of her. That's it. That's literally all he's there is just to stir shit. That's it. His character is fucking pointless and adds nothing except annoyance. Because his character's there for exposition. That's it. I think it would have been better if, like I said, they did some actual real fucking detective work. I think they could have just, like, yes. Like, and you get, well, I don't even think you even need Morgan Freeman in there. I'm going to be fucking serious. At the end where he gets framed for all the bank, I think I would root for Mark Ruffalo's character more if at the end of the movie, it gets to the end and they actually just fucking give the people the money. That's it. You don't even need him being framed for anything. Literally, actually have him be Robin Hood. Actually, let all that bank money, let it fly out. Let that be the point. There's nothing past that. They then find out, and we all find out, it was actually the Mark Ruffalo's character the whole time. And when we're going to be suspecting her because she keeps coming up with these explanations where it's like, how would she know this? And then at the end, she's ovulating and she's like, oh my God, we only just met. But yeah, I'm absolutely willing to just forget that you lied about your identity and that you used fake identities and that you lied for me over the course of this whole time. And that you're like, that's what I mean when I say I think she's ovulating, because it gets to the end of the movie and they have like this really sweet moment where it's like, you know, like I say sweet, but it's like, oh yeah, actually, I was lying to you the whole time. All of our friendship and like all of that was a lie. I lied to you the whole fucking time you've known me. That was a lie. You know what I mean? Where it goes to the bank or a food store because they got cash for the show, then it gets stuff again. No, that was the bit that it's not even counterfeit cash. It's literally just their fucking face on it. And then the end, like that's it, like it literally just throws out cash with their face on it. And so that the cash can go in Morgan Freeman's car so that he can get framed. And it's like, I know that like literally the movie, I know logistically that most of that would be recovered because you'd get the bills done and then it would be like, you know, like logistically, I know that you probably, that it wouldn't be like they just actually got all that money for free, but suspend disbelief. You want me to suspend disbelief that these people managed to set up a giant fucking mirror in a bank vault so that you think the vault is gone. You want me to think that they stole a body from a morgue, which might have been actually, I think that would have been a really fucking funny scene if I actually got to see it. Can you imagine the logistics of these magicians having to steal a dead body from a morgue? In blind faith, mind you. The whole point is they do this without knowing who's telling them to, why they're being told to do it, or anything. They just have to do it. That's it. You do as you're told, blindly. And now you have to steal a dead body? That could have been a funny fucking sequence where we might have actually got to see some interactions between the four horsemen, where maybe the guy's like, wait, why do I have to be the one that dies? Why can't you die? Why can't you be the one to fake your death in a blazing car crash? Why does it have to be me? Because you're the new guy. We've all got tenure. Like, I feel like there could be funny sequences of that. And instead it's just, yeah, so he stole a body. And you're just throwing that out there. Like, you literally just... I feel like literally it would have been better. Do you know what I think? Look, you can keep her ovulating. I just keep saying ovulate because, like, clearly, like I said, she sits down and he literally confesses to her, you've never known the real me. Everything you've known about me is a fucking lie, right? I have lied to you every step of the way. That when you kissed me, it was under false pretense because I wasn't who you thought I was, right? All of that, right? I think it would have been better if the characters met, and like I said, get rid of Morgan Freeman's character. He doesn't need to be there. Save the budget, right? I don't think he was bad actor or anything like that. I think it's literally like that's literally what it fucking does. OMG. And like, by the way, not a month. Supposedly this has been going, I don't know if the robberies went on for a month or they planned it for a year. So I don't actually know. They potentially have known each other, number one, only for a month is worse. Because, so they've only been together and investigating this case for like a month. And then he comes up and is like, yeah, actually, I was behind all of those bank robberies we were investigating. And she's just like, oh my God, that's so hot. Or they were investigating, all of this happened over the course of a year. And so they were investigating for, let's say it was over the year. Let's say they spent a few months planning the first robbery and planning everything. So let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they were only, they were only investigating it for 9 months, maybe 3 months to plan the first one, and then there was months in between where they were actively investigating it and the next trick and whatever. But let's say that, because again, otherwise it literally was robbery. Oh my God, I love you and I'm willing to like lie to the law and on your behalf. Do you see why I mean? Like, she's gotta be like heist me. Yeah, it's gotta be like girl, you gotta like there's gotta be something up with that. Like, that just doesn't seem right. You know? Like, you've got to have no logic. And a few weeks. So you met this guy for a few weeks. By the end of the few weeks, you're kissing him as, like, you know, a bank's being, like, you know, robbed and shit like that. Okay, whatever. Like I said, maybe it's a dry spell, okay? Maybe you're having a bit of a dry spell and you're making some lapses in judgment, whatever. But, like, I just feel for him to come and be like, you never knew me. Everything I've told you is a lie. I have lied to you from day one. Oh my God, that's so hot. I'm willing to, like, ignore that you did a bank robbery because I think what it should have been, make it the course of a year. Make it a longer time span. Make it so they actually make sense that they would be together, right? That they would be, over the course of a year, they've gotten to see each other's points of view. They've come to understand, you know, maybe, as he said, oh, the one thing I didn't plan for is you can keep that sappy BS all you fucking want. That's fine, dude. I don't care. But, like, it's slop. Put it on, turn your brain off and look at something else and it's fine. Don't think about any of the plot points because otherwise like I said, it's just like, why would you be doing that? And it's just like, again, psychological master, yeah. Like, it literally, I think, make her highly intelligent as well. He's smart, she's smart. I think the whole time, he's saying there has to be someone else. And he's suspicious of her because she keeps coming up for how it works. She keeps going, I researched it. I think this is what happens. I went to they investigate it, they find it, and she puts it together, right? He makes comments about like, oh, what if they, so he never went to Paris. When did they take the money? And maybe he throws something out like, what if the money never made it to the bank? And she's like, yes, that's right. I've been researching. Like I said, they already show her research. They don't even have to add it in. She's already researching. She's like, I read about flash paper. What if they used that? They made the money disappears. We think the robbery happened then, but the robbery actually happened before it was even there. Cue all of that happening. They then can go, and you can show scenes of them going around, going and investigating the truck where it was happened and everything, right? Have us root for the horsemen for them, like, make it confusing in the sense of don't show too much more of, like, again, I feel like literally you would actually have more screen time for the rest of them if you just did not have Morgan Freeman's character there. Everyone else would have more screen time. And then it gets to the end of the movie and she pieces it together. She's like, I've been thinking about that final robbery and I had a suspicion. So I went and I checked dental records and it couldn't have been that he didn't burn in the fire. Right? He didn't die in that car. It was him that did it. And I think what they did, I went and I looked and I found remnants of. And the only thing that would, and somehow magically, I'm like, that's what I mean. I would be more willing to suspend this disbelief than everybody else in the whole fucking world suspending disbelief because we need to frame Morgan Freeman's character for millions of dollars in bank robbery because he left a bad review. And she comes to the conclusion that it had to be you. She comes to the conclusion of they knew every step. It had to be someone on the inside. The only people working this were me, you, and this guy. And it couldn't have been this guy. And that means it had to be you. And then she could be ovulating and she can be like, but, and then she could be like, what I don't understand is why, right? Literally have the scene of like, it had to be you, but I don't understand why. And then he's like, and then he hands her the like, or tells, maybe, you know what else would be cute? Maybe he bought her a gift. Maybe they're on a date. He brings her a gift. And she opens it and it's a newspaper article. And he's like, I was going to tell you the truth today anyway. And then I would forgive him for lying to her because he was going to come clean. You know what I mean? I feel like just remove that character. Have her be incredibly smart because she keeps researching how tricks are done. Have her, all of the sequences where she's falling asleep surrounded by books trying to figure out what's going on. That still works because she's actively trying to research and figure out what's going on. She's too smart. Have him admit that. You scared me. I planned for everything, but I didn't plan for you. You caught me off guard and I made mistakes. Because in the end, I actually cared, right? I think that would be much better than just like, oh my God, you're a bank robber. That's like kind of like, boy, let's like be like a couple now. That's really hot. You know what I mean? But I'm more willing to suspend that disbelief. You know what I mean? I feel like that, remove Morgan Freeman's plotline, keep their plotline, have all of the scenes that has Morgan Freeman just be it her coming to terms with it, because there's still heaps of scenes where it's them two together. They don't really need to be changed. That's what I mean. It's the funniest thing is they don't even need to be changed. She's already actively researching magic. She's already trying to learn magic. She already is incredibly intelligent. She already is a step ahead of him at some points. And it's like, and then you could have fit more scenes in with the horsemen if you so wanted, but I guess, to be fair, I feel like almost to a degree, you could have just, if you wanted it to be an exposition movie, you could have just kept it being an exposition movie and just not had as many and have it be them explaining it, have it be they did backstory on them, and then have it be explained when they're in the, I feel like that would be better. Women won't fall for you just because you're better than her. Sounds like Cope. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like the movie had cool ideas, but when it failed to stitch them together in a way that made me care. It's just like, that's the worst thing the movie did. It's like, yeah, like I said, the ideas are cool. The ideas are cool. The idea of them doing that is cool, even though, like I said, yeah, I'm still talking about Now You See Me. I'm stuck on it. I'm stuck on it. But it's like, oh, that's turned off. No wonder it's stinky. I must have accidentally bumped it. But again, I feel like you could have had a lot of the same stuff being there. But it's like I said, you don't even need to add any of that. Yeah, it's like it was cool ideas stitched together poorly, was my opinion on the movie. And after watching that one, it's like, I don't understand how they made more of them. And then how there was a new one. Like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't feel like it warranted it. I don't know how they made a second one. I'm almost scared to watch it because the first one was that bad. And I would hope it fixes the sin of them not explaining jack fucking shit all. Which dice did I need more of? Red. I need more red dice. And more of those cards too. But I would almost understand it, like, yeah, this, like I said, segments of the movie are good. In isolation, there are parts of the movie that are interesting. When you put all of the pieces together, it starts to feel like it falls apart because it starts to feel like, why am I here? Who am I rooting for? Like, by the end of a movie, I feel like I should have an idea of who I was, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it feels good, or it feels devastating to have the bad guy get away, to have the good guy win, to have, like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels good when you watch a movie and the good guy wins. It feels good when you watch it, like, it feels bad when you watch a movie and the bad guy gets away. And in this one, it's just a case of the good guy is in fucking jail because I think all he did was write a bad review. All he did was try to make a living, right? And it wasn't scummy, yeah, but like, at the same time, like, cope and seethe? I think by now, right, it is very well known. Magic tricks are fun because you got. You know what I mean? I don't think card tricks have stopped being interesting just because we know that it's misdirection. I think it's still fun. I think it's even more fun when you know that a lot of it is misdirection and smoke and mirrors and you still get got, right? And you still can't actively see how they're doing it, right? You're like, I know that this is how they do it, but I got. I know they're trying to misdirect me and they still won. I was a step ahead, I thought, and I still got, you know, I still got. They still managed to pull my card out, even though I knew they were going, like, you know, that they were trying to, like, I couldn't, I feel like that in itself is somewhat fun. Right. I don't think that they've lost this. That, and you know what? Fucking evolve, dude. This movie is set in a time period where as that, like, I would have to double check what year this movie is set in, right? But for a while, there have been shows, there have been a bunch of shit exposing how people do their tricks. And you know what? It is still fucking fun. a 2025 version. There's 3 separate Now You See Me movies. Which is amazing because it's like, dude, and not even the first one really performed all that well. Like, I guess it probably made the money back, but it's like review-wise, they never, yeah. So 2013, but 2013, wasn't there like I said, there was a little, what year did that come out? I just want to know. $1997. Okay, so there was a show in 1997 that revealed magician's tricks. So you're telling me that, and I know that this is meant to be, but it's like, by this point, the man has to be, so you put Morgan, that has to be the pettiest fucking revenge in the entire world of fucking life. But the movie's set in 2013, right? To my assumption. 1997 is the different show I'm talking about. But it's like, that was the show where they reveal magician's secrets. Right? So, but if they were making a show about it, it had to be interesting beforehand, right? That's when one show that I was thinking about came out. But the movie's set in 2013. So presumably for like, this guy's been watching a literal television series debunking magic tricks. And do you know what? I'm pretty sure after 1997, there was still rock star magicians who were doing really, because I remember there was one and I think they were a bit of an asshole. But I remember, I think they went to like Dreamworld or some shit like that and did a magic trick or some shit. Do you know why? Because it's the performance. Nobody fucking cares that how you did it actually, right? No, everyone already knows you're misdirecting me. How you misdirect me makes everything. Are you a comedian? There's so many, like, you know, you could do magic tricks, but make it a comedy act as well at the same time. You can misdirect with humor. You can play on it. And so I think that's what it's about as well, because in the end, it's a performance, right? That's what made it. It was cool. But you're telling me, I think your dad had to be a pretty fucking shit magician. If you're, and not actually, but you have to think so lowly of your own father if you think a guy's bad review is the reason why he died. Because people have been revealing magic tricks since magic tricks existed. Like, isn't that a whole thing that there's like those feuds between magicians because they were trying to expose each other? Like, that's just been a thing. But I feel like being exposed, especially in a modern day, it even makes a point of there was like a trick that was really cool that the dad did that he actually did over this course of years and years and years and years and years. I think that the dedication, that the foresight, that the planning, that is actually more impressive to me than magic, right? Magic, ooh, you did it. Well, you said a few magic words, right? But to think and to be smart, to be the smartest person in the room, as it makes the point of fucking being, I don't know, I have a doubt of like, I hate the movie even more after like learning that, because it's like, at any point, right, between 2013, like I said, you could literally just forget the Morgan Freeman character. At any point, the plot is very shit. The ideas are cool, the sequences are cool, some of the scenes are cool, but the plot is ass. Active ass. The plot is a wet fart of a plot. There's 4? I thought there was 3! God damn, people will watch fucking anything! Holy fuck! Even if there's 3, that's too many. But no, I feel like the fact that your movie lies so heavily on the fact that a guy had 0 growth over the whole, like, since a kid, had 0 growth and still blames the guy that exposed the trick, since, like I said, this is set in 2000. Okay, so there is 4. I thought that was the 3rd one. I was incorrect. Fuck, dude, that's way worse. That is so much worse. Oh my god. That's so bad. Anyway, I think the fact that I saw that. I think that he could have just at any point had his come to senses moment, and then just not include Morgan Freeman in the plot. That has to be. I think that's. Watch the other three. Are they better? After hearing my complaints about the first one, are they better? That's what I mean. Like, are they? Wait, they're making a fourth? I heard they get worse. Oh god. I guess that gives me something to rant about. But this is my rant. No, but like, it actually has crossed my mind before to start like a fucking movie review channel or some shit just so I have somewhere to rant, and it makes sense because at the moment I just rant on stream while I play games, so that's fine. But, like, it did pop into mind, like, maybe I should just make a YouTube channel so I can get all of this out, so I'm not just sitting here basically not playing Card Shop Simulator and talking about how much I hate one movie for, like, an hour and a half. Like I said, it's not even hate. It's just bad. Like, it's just not. It's not. I've seen. Obviously, I feel like movies were changed when War of the Worlds released, because now when I see a bad movie, I'm like, well, it wasn't War of the Worlds. Before, that movie would have been dog shit, asshole, pee pee poo poo, right? That movie would have been the worst movie on the whole goddamn fucking planet. But, and then I watched War of the Worlds and it's like, well, you know, it wasn't War of the Worlds from, like, you know, it wasn't Prime Air Delivery saving the entire world. So I guess it's not that bad. And I think that that's done irreparable, like, you know what I mean? Like, it would have been a bad movie, except it wasn't War of the Worlds. It really, I'm just... But, you know, on the upside, I also watched 28 Days Later. That was a good movie. I like 28 Days Later. I also, rewatched The Thing. So, which I guess, I guess that doesn't fix anything, because that's, like you say, War of the Worlds, Prime Air Delivery War of the Worlds. If you haven't seen it, God, please spare yourself. Don't do it to yourself. God, don't. Just don't. On the other hand, the memes were kind of funny. It was you? It was you the whole time? That was kind of funny. But it is the worst thing I have ever, the most pointless and worst thing I've watched in a while. And I think considering that what I've just ranted about, that says a lot, but that is no unpopular opinion. It is undisputedly one of the most terrible movies of all time to ever exist. And I still call BS on the fact that apparently Prime Air saving the world has nothing to do with the fact it was an Amazon Prime movie. it is, if you don't want to watch it, don't you worry, because there are, like I said, there are so many commentary channels that have covered it, whether they're actual movie commentary channels, or they don't actively commentate on movies. They would have made a video on it, because this thing, it was like, there was so many videos on it, because it was that fucking bad, that it was like a monumentally bad. No, that one's fine. I have a bias towards that one, but that one, it's not that movie's fault. I'm a little bitch, and it's one of those things, if that's like, at the time I used to excuse it for that, and then it's like, no, actually, no, I would never do that to a fucking friend, right? It's one of those times where I think back and it's like, I I feel like that should have been the day where it's like, you're not my friend anymore kind of vibe. Because if someone expresses to you that they really don't like movies that have scary elements because they, for whatever, oh, my whisper, what did they do to my boy? Oh, they massacred my boy. It wasn't in that condition when I sent it. Oh God, that was bad. Oh. Anyway, no. No, the reason why I have a problem with it is literally it's unrelated to the movie. It's just one of those things of every time I think of the movie, I think about this moment and I feel sad for not standing up for myself more at the time. But like I said, if a friend came to me, and I'm not innocent of it in general, right? Like, I've made mistakes in general in life. But if a friend came to me, especially today and now, but even then, I remember we went to the movies and we were meant to go see a scary movie. And one of the people in our friend group didn't want to see a scary movie, and we couldn't agree on one movie. So do you know what we did? We didn't fucking go see the scary movie. We went to the arcade and played games in the arcade with the movie that was meant to, like, the money that was meant for the movie, we went to the arcade for. So, and that was not that far time-wise, right? From the event that I'm talking about. I had a friend sleeping over, and I told them, I don't want to watch a scary movie. I do not. I don't like scary movies. At this point, I'm a little bitch, but that's irregardless. Someone has told you they don't want to watch a scary movie. My friend told me, oh no, well, watch this one. It's a comedy, I promise. And I said, I'm pretty sure that's not a fucking comedy. And she's like, no, it doesn't look like it, but it's a comedy, I promise. How cruel. That's cruel. That goes beyond just being a dumb kid. Like, being a dumb kid is lying and saying, oh, you know, it's not actually that scary. But to say it's a comedy movie and then be like, isn't it funny because the people were screaming? No, that's what I mean. Is this like, it wasn't even the trust it's not scary. They said it was actively a comedy. Like, if they had have tried to convince me it wasn't that scary, it wouldn't be that bad. But it's the fact that I said I don't want to watch a horror movie at all, and they said it's not horror, it's comedy. Because, see, they thought it was safe, but then they're like running towards it, and then they go to investigate, and then they're like, and trying to convince me that that made it a comedy. I couldn't sleep. My mom was pissed. Because, and then even now as an ad, I'm pissed for little me too. Because, like, I can't imagine at any, maybe if I was like brain dead, but I can't imagine someone actively insisting like, no, I do not want to watch this. Like I said, I've been in scenarios. Do you know what we did? We didn't watch the scary movie. Everyone else wanted to watch the scary movie except one person. And like I said, we went to the arcade instead. I just think that was cruelty. I don't even think that was small kid. Like I said, dumb kid cruelty is trying to convince it's not that funny. Actual malicious cruelty. By the way, she ended up being a bitch the rest of the time anyway, so it's fine. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, there is way more to it, but this should have been one of the times where I shouldn't have been her friend after that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I had just said, no, you've actively lied to me. You maliciously and actively lied to me. That's, like, I don't want to hang out with you anymore. Because you've maliciously and actively lied to me. And then you know what she would do the rest of our friendship? Actively and maliciously lie to me. And about me. I think the last time I ever, like, talked about, like, to her directly was basically one of those, after this, we ended up blocking each other, but it was one of those where she went to a mutual friend of ours, and then that friend messaged me and was being like, how dare you do all of this stuff, like, you know, say all of this to her, do all of this to her. And I was like, dude, that's crazy. Here's the screenshots. And I sent that mutual friend that was upset a giant fucking list of like all of the screenshots of our entire conversation that I'd had with her. And by the end of it, she was like, oh, I don't know then. I don't know. I think that was just so fun. Can you, like, I laugh now because it's just like, I was getting ripped into because you have no idea how hard she has it. How dare you say that to her? And it's just like, here's the entire conversation. Anyway, last I heard, shit's even more, shit got more, I got out at a blissful time because apparently it just got worse and worse and worse. Anyway, basically, it could all be tracked down to that one movie. And I think, and that so now, I can't watch War of the Worlds 05 because, like, it's legal, it is literally, it's gone to the point of legal battles levels of bad. Of, like, it is... I got out at a golden time because it just got worse and worse after that. It was... It's one of those things where I wish I had, like... So, like, I don't actually, but it's like, it would have been... It is just very much... a comedy at that point, like, but basically, yeah, anytime I think of War of the Worlds, I see the cover and I just think of all of it. It comes back down to, like, it's one of those, it's just so, like, for a very long time, I considered her my best friend, which probably is why, again, like I said, I wish I'd stood up for myself more after she actively and maliciously lied, because there is just so many times where it's like, the amount of good memories I have with her is very little compared to the amount of times where it's like, and then she ruined this. And I feel like a lot of people are basically like, the amount of stories I've heard of just like, well, you should bless your lucky stars you're no longer involved with her. Autobot sometimes, hang on, let me see if I can see, because this, I got different stuff up. I have like 500 apps open. There we go. It's okay. It got, like, yeah, very, like, it just gets, it's like, again, I got out at a blessed golden time, and I'm so glad I've never spoken to them again, because I was around, like, she would lie a lot, like a fuck ton lying, right? And so basically, yeah, every time I see War of the Worlds 05, I'm just reminded of, like, all of that, and it's like, yeah, I can't watch that anymore. I have no doubt, now that I'm older, I probably fucking love it. Like I said, I watched The Thing the other day, which reminded me that I love it a lot. I love horror now. But again, like back then, I was one of those kids that took a little bit longer to not be afraid of the dark, right? I still have night lights on. I'm still afraid of the dark. I'm still a little scaredy cat when it comes to a lot of things. But I was definitely scared of a lot for a little bit longer than, like, you know, others. But yeah, I can't watch it, and I think that's mean. She robbed me of the ability to watch a movie that's probably okay. Toxic friends somehow. I will say, like, out of all of it, like, I think about everyone I've ever been friends with, I think it gets chalked up to just, like I said, everyone I've spoken to, I have not talked to anyone who was in an active, like, positive friendship with her. Like, I haven't spoken to a lot of people recently because I close myself off. I do. I'm bad at that. I forget to message people, and then I go, oh, I should message them. I'll message them after I do this, and then it's 10 years later. So I'm not good at keeping contact with people. That's my fault. But anytime I've ever spoken to anybody, they've never had a good thing to say about her. No one's ever said, oh, she was so... No, she's actively lied. She's actively manipulated. She's actively spoken shit. She's actively... It's one of those things where I don't like... I don't like airing out other people's laundry on the internet, but I just... There was one thing, and I think that this one is fine, because I'm of the opinion, if two people are happy, I'm not going to tell them how to have their relationship, right? If everyone involved is happy, that's fine, right? But I remember we were on our way to a theme park, and we were talking, and she was going on and on, right? About how people just don't understand her relationship with her partner because they really value like traditional idea. But she was trad wife, right? She was a trad wife, basically, is what she was going on and on about being great. It's like, oh, he gets to make, you know, I do this stuff, he does this stuff, we this stuff and this stuff. Because at this time we're still friends, and we were thinking about like there was a lot of stuff like stuff behind this, but we're moving in with them, right? Trad wife. The like the hubby's in charge of everything attitude, right? Which if that's what you want, fucking go for it. Just don't tell anybody else what to do. I don't think that anyone should be put down. I think that's the whole point of freedom of choice. If you want to stay at home and you want to cook for your man, all the power to you. If you don't want to have a man and you don't want to do the cooking, all the power. Literally, whatever the fuck makes you happy, you do it. That's the point, right? I don't give a fuck. And I think that was kind of the point that I kept making. It's like, as long as you're happy, as long as you're happy, as long as, like, I don't give a fuck what your relationship's like, as long as you're happy. Because we were thinking about moving in with her at the time to fix a few other problems that were going on behind the scenes. Thank fuck we did it. Anyway, there was like a big, like, it was literally so funny because like a few days after that, after like, she was sitting there and like going on and on about how he gets to be in charge and she likes that because then she gets to do these things and she likes that. She was going on and on about how she loves it. Few days later, shit hits the fan because I hate airing out, but it's like one of those things. No one's ever gonna like, you know. Few days later, I'm there comforting her because she's crying because her partner found her doing, like, you know, talking inappropriately with a guy she met online in Fortnite. And she's losing it because, like, you know, he's threatening to leave her and everything like that. Her life is over because she was talking inappropriately with someone she met in Fortnite. And I remember being And then the reason why my friend was all upset was because apparently I had been messaging this friend and I was going on and I can't remember what, but exactly, that's what the thing is. It was like the wildest fucking shit to the point I don't even remember what she said that I was saying, basically. But it was that whole like, oh, you don't understand that she's being controlled and that she actually hates her partner. I think it was something like I was shit talking her for like, you know, not being exactly the most like faithful in that sense. And it's just like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you were on about. Here's my messages to her where I was like, you know, I was over there trying to console her after all of this shit. Because like, and then apparently I was like going off at her because I didn't understand how controlling her partner really is. And it's like, dude, she just talked for like a solid, like, I swear it was probably 10 minutes, but that fucking felt like an hour. Oh my God. It felt like I was sitting in that car for days listening to her go on about how she loves how her boyfriend's in charge. She absolutely adores it. She's, you know, she really, you know, they just do things differently, and it's going on and on and on and on. And it's like, my God, we cannot arrive at our destination fast enough. Like I said, it was probably not that actual, but it felt like prison. It felt like prison. And then later on, she's like claiming that I was like shit talking her. But like, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I think of when I see War of the Worlds. Anyway, you're welcome for that little trauma dump there. Dude, I sit there every day and I'm just like, oh my God, I should have stopped being friends with her at War of the Worlds. I should have, because I remember considering it. I remember thinking to myself, that was just cruel. And yet my mom was pissed. She was like, dude, you are not stupid. My mom was was really upset. It was like, you sat there and you put that movie on knowing what it was, knowing that it was something that she wouldn't want to watch. You lied to her about it. Do not play dumb, right? Because my mom had gone to bed. It was a sleepover. It's one of those like, hee, let's watch a movie. I will stay up late on the weekend, and it's like, Anyway, yeah. And then my mom didn't want her around anymore because she kept stealing shit. I should have just stopped that. My whole life could have been better if I had to just stop, like, if I had to just stop being her friend after War of the Worlds. Anyway, I watched that movie. I can't. I look at it and I just see regret. It's like, I should have just cut contact that day. I should have cut contact that fucking day. I will check. Don't worry. Sorry, I've just been ranting about it. It's one of those things where it's like a trap. It's like,
there is a silver lining to this nasty bitch of a cloud.
It was only one person, to be fair. Again,
learning experience, and now you
have
the
much
subconscious tools to watch out for these kinds of manipulators. I was a late learner. That bitch owes me $3,000 dues.
Dude, I am just so glad. Like, from what I've heard, that's actively like, that's the kind of problem that she started getting into. Like I said, I just remember hearing she was in a legal battle, and it's just like, thank fuck, I never owed her money, or she never owed me money. Dude, it's so crazy. Literally everybody has a story of, I think she took this. It's one of those ones where I can't. It's literally the fucking Bay Harbor meme. And literally, in the most literal sense of like, she turns up and DVDs go missing, right? The cases are still there, but the DVDs are gone. And and it's always after she'd visited. And then same thing. And then there's so many times. I remember one thing, and I remember it's one of those things of like, I know for a fact, I can't prove it. I cannot prove it, but I fucking know that she only turned around and changed her mind because of the backlash of the entire fucking group. Because she'd borrowed a watch from another friend, and dude, it's a fucking insane. No, like I said, everybody comes out of that like with a trauma story. She's a walking like a fucking cannon moment. She is a law machine. She is actively she's actively going to form law in your life. You know what I mean? And not in a good way. She will come in like and you will leave being like, oh yeah, when I met her, and then all of this stuff, right? So much, like I said, I have so many of the memorable moments. I do not doubt that there was positive, but they are all overshadowed by so much shit that made me pissed, right? And to the point where, like, again, I have very few joyful moments with, and despite she was one of my best friends at one point. Like, literally referred to each other as sisters. And it's like, I was dumb as fuck, dude. Dumb as fuck. Like, that's crazy. But, no, it's like, And it is like, as you said though, it has given me the experience to be able to turn around and know that it's like, that this shit is unacceptable in every sense of the word. And that, like, I know not to get myself in those situations. I know to fucking run. It's insane. But walking law machine, walking law cannon. Crazy. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, it was a watch. Like, she borrowed a friend's watch and then she turned up the next day at school and was like, oh, I think I lost it. Like, I think I had all these different excuses of like, I thought I lost it, but then actually, I think she said this happened and it's broken. Like, she was like, oh no, I think that I think it was something like it went through the washing machine and now it's broken. And my friend instantly bursts into fucking tears, right? And starts bawling her eyes out because it's a very, very sentimental watch to her. It was her favorite thing. She wore it every day without fail, basically. It was incredibly important. And I don't know if I want your card. You might give me a... And she like claims that it had gotten broken, and I think she even said like it was like one of those things where, like I said, it was like one of those changing stories all the time. And then everybody was very pissed at her. And would you believe it that the next day that she turned up at school and she had the watch and it was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. It wasn't broken. It wasn't damaged. It wasn't missing. It wasn't anything. Like literally, my friend starts bawling. We're all pissed at her because how could you be so dismissive with something that's important to somebody, right? You should have treated it better. Like you're kind of a shit person in this scenario. And the next day it's like, oh, here it is. And it wasn't damaged at all. When apparently it was broken and lost and it's just like, I know. I cannot prove it. I cannot prove it. I can't prove that this is what happened. But I know that she was going to steal it. And then when everybody started being really pissed at her and my friend burst into instant bawling of tears, there she was like, shit, okay, I have to return this. Because why else would you have a story about how it's so broken and it wasn't broken at all? And then turn up the next day with it completely fine, undamaged, nothing wrong with it at school when you were so adamant it was so broken. You tried to steal it. Like, there's no way, right? Like, and then anyway, but like you think that would be the last time anyone spoke to her? It really wasn't. You good, man? What the fuck? Like, that happened at the beginning of high school, and I think I stopped talking to her around, like, 18, 19-ish? So that's an extra 6 years or so past that I was still actively her friend. Past the watches. I was stupid. I gave way too many benefits of the doubt. I was just like, well, maybe, and I just kept... Because no way, she's my friend, you know what I mean? Anyway, that was when we were like... That's what I mean. We were like 13 and this happened. And then it was like, I was her friend for like, I think it would have been like 6 more years after. I was not very smart and I'm not very socially good in scenarios. She was not. Yeah, I was not. Yeah, it's an oof. So anyway, I kind of, every now and then, I wonder if that's why I'm cautious of meeting new people. Also, I have an immense sense of guilt, admittedly, because it was my fault. It was like, I wish I could, it was my fault. She Like, dude, I wish I was a bitch. You know what I mean? It's the whole, she was new at school, she was getting bullied by people, and I stood up for her, and then I became her friend at that moment. And I think back now, and I'm like, let her get bullied. Like, fucking, not actually, but like, I was the one that went and said, you can come and sit with us, right? I was the one that said, you can come and sit with, and if I had never done that, she wouldn't have been the bane of like everyone's fucking existence. She wouldn't have been a canon event in my life, in my friend's life, in my other friend's life, in my other friend's life. Literally everybody. It comes down to the fact that I was the one that walked over and said, you can sit with us. And I just, like, I know that it's one of those, it sounds so bad to be like, I regret standing up for someone who was getting bullied, but like, oh my God, I kind of do. Like I said, if I'd never walked over and I never said, come sit with us, none of us would like had an event for so many. Dude, just so many things. Like, I don't know, man. Like I said, it's like a walking law machine. That's what I mean. I should fucking not. It sounds so bad to say, but I regret it. I remember it specifically because it's burned into my brain. I feel guilty. I actually do genuinely feel guilty because everyone has bad things to say about her. And if I just had never walked up and I never told her she can be our friend, if I never, then I reckon so much of our time could have been saved on so much shit, dude. It's ridiculous. It is so unfunny. I am not the only one that, like, that's the other thing, is that I'm not the only one that thinks that she was stealing, right? I am, like, I had another friend who was like, she was like, who was really upset because same thing. I can't prove it, but every time she's over, I lose things that are important to me. And I can't find them. They were there before she was there, and then they're gone after. And then she was like not allowed to go over to multiple people's places because things went missing around her. Right? Everyone that I know of either had stuff attemptedly like she tried to take it or she took it. And if I just hadn't been like, hey, come be my friend, none of my other friends had these problems, right? If I hadn't, I also just kept to myself about a broken business. I didn't like the girls either. They weren't nice girls, right? It wasn't like they were brilliantly nice and lovely to me and then they were only mean to her. But it was like, I remember very much what was being said. Like I said, probably because of the guilt. But they were... Also, it's such a schoolyard insult of like, if I remember correctly, it was something along the lines of, don't you need a license to be that ugly? She was just sitting by herself and they walked up and they were like, don't you need a license to be that ugly? And I saw it and I heard it and I was like, you don't have to take that. Let's go tell a teacher. You can come sit with us. And on one hand, that's very brave of little me, right? That should not be a quality to regret. That I saw someone being treated and I actively was like, yeah, no, you don't have, let's go tell a teacher. You can come sit with us. That's not okay. On the other hand, I could have just not, and my life would be better. My life would actively be better if I had not have told her to come and sit with us. If I had just ignored it, my life would be better. It doesn't And like I said, I feel guilty. I really solidly feel guilty because if I hadn't, people wouldn't have had stuff stolen. People wouldn't have had... Everybody knew her basically through me on that day. Even in high school, right? I had basically a friend group that was pretty unrelated to most people that I went to primary school with. There was only a couple of people. One of them is here all the fucking time, Kirsty. I went to primary school and high school with her, and you know what? I feel like a lot of the arguments that we've even shared, either we're just dumb school fights. Everybody has arguments and disagreements in school fights. It's one of those things of like, it's just, it happens. It's how you deal with it afterwards. It's like you'll always have a moment where you're like, oh, I'm not talking to you. And then you come back and you're like, you know, I thought about it and it's not worth not having a friend over. And this friend. So, but basically, yeah, if I had it... So then, it's that whole... It's that thing of, like, even in high school, right? I would have approached you after the fact, but that's what I mean. Like, not if I went up... I never went up there. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It sounds bad, because it's like, if I'd just left it, right? If I had just not, then, and just kept, if I had just kept to myself, albeit that would have been the bad thing. If I had just been like, I wouldn't, you know what, and in all honesty, I feel like it's brave to stand up for somebody, but at the same time, I don't look down upon anybody who wouldn't. You know what I mean? Because it is scary, because if somebody is being mean, and you stand up to them, you're next. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you are putting yourself in the crosshairs, and So, it's not one of those things of like, oh, why was I? It's just probably the thing of nobody else wanted to be in the crosshairs, and I said, fuck it. Anyway, I should sell some of my graded duplicates. I am playing a game somewhat, I think. Any of these duplicates? I guess there's 2 of these. I think these are duplicates. Oof. Okay, so for these 2 are, you know, big cards. A 7 and an 8. Are they the same card? I'm trying to read them to see, like, if they're... Okay, Tramon, Full Art, Rare. I can't... How do I put them down? Okay, cool. I just wanted to read them. And then that one's Tramon Extra Gold, Rare 4. Okay, I think those are the same as well. Okay, so I think I can put that one on sale. I'm trying to decide which one is to sell. Whether I help the guy getting bullied in high school. He's one of my best friends. He's an oddball, though. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, on one, I don't regret it because it was the right thing to do. But I do, like I said, it's not so much regret as it is guilt. Because I think it's more the feeling of like, maybe I shouldn't have... just blindly been her friend. Maybe, I don't know. It's a very odd way of wording it, but it's like, again, I introduced her to everybody. And so everybody that she really came into contact with, it was after. And so it's like, if I had to, like, you know, if I had to stop being a friend at War of the World, man, I should have just stopped at War of the... If I had just cut it at War of the Worlds, if I had just cut it at War of the Worlds, if I had just stopped at War of the Worlds, so much of my life would have been an easier time. Oh my god. so much. Oh, dude. I also so much of my time would have been easier. And it's so bad because to everyone who wasn't already actively her friend, right? They looked at from the outside and said, like, that's fucked. Like, Jessie didn't like her. That's what it feels. It literally feels like that. Like, I'm trying my best not to say names because people change. I'm not in contact with her. Like I said, every time I talk to anybody at the moment, it sounds like she's just either on her same shit or worse. But people change, and I don't want to be the person that spread rumors online and got people messaging people online. And so I want to be very careful about what I say because I do not want to dox anyone, her or me. But it is it's kind of therapeutic to talk about. Me talking about my guilt in childhood because I stood up for someone being bullied and then it ended up being one of the worst decisions in my whole life. But yeah. It is very therapeutic. I do wonder, as you can tell by me being so ready to go up and defend somebody drama. Yeah, when I was like, how old would I have been? 10? No, younger maybe? What grade would that have been in? I think when I would have been around 10-ish. But I was 10 years old. It has, you know what? I will say it has to be therapeutic because otherwise story times wouldn't have blown up. Also, welcome in, Big Billy. Welcome in. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the follow. And that decision followed me for the next, like, insane amount of years, dude. Insane amount of years. It's still... right now is all about minding your own business. Dude, that's what I mean, is I should have... Like I said... I could have just minded... If I... But... I just... have a sad summer. My air conditioner is being a piece of shit. It's like, being all stinky. It's like hang on, I need to put it to the normal. So that I can put it to duplicates. Wait, no, I don't want that. I want to put it on the shelf. Oh, dude, it's so hot, and then my air conditioner is having a fit. I don't know why exactly, but it's like being... I assume it's just the condensation being that bad, but like, yeah, it's like really hot. But it's like yeah, it can, like, but I don't have snow, but mine was doing that, like. It had like a chunk of, like, I say chunk, but it's just like any is not good considering I'm nowhere near a freezer. But I had like, I'm like right under it and I'm just chilling. And then like a piece of ice flies out of the air conditioner and it's like, oh no. Oh. And then it's really annoying because, dude, I could go on a whole separate rant about how much I hate technology, dude. Oh my god, I fucking... Why do I need to use a QR code to view a menu in a restaurant type shit? You know what I mean? It's just like, let me... Like, it was a selling point that the air purifier thing that I have isn't smart. And the fact that it doesn't need to connect to the internet and have an app downloaded and do all of this shit is a blessing. because it is insane to me how I want to contact my real estate agent and I would like to lodge like, you know, a slip that basically just says shit's fucked, can you look at it, right? No more do you just, I don't know, like call and shit. It's like, if you want to put in a maintenance request or whatever, you have to download the app, install, like, you know, and log in and lodge a maintenance request through the app. To like say like, hey, my air conditioner isn't working. But the thing about it is that spray on them. Look, I have an auto thing, and if it's not keeping up, I don't want to just walk around with a can of spray all the fucking time. It's annoying. It takes up my time that I could be ranting and opening cards, because I'm about to go open all those cards. But it's like, yeah, and it's like, because half the time it's not like you could just log in, right? It has to be like with a specific login so that it like sets that that's your real estate, so you get the right shit. So it's not like, oh, make an account and sign in. It's like, if I remember correctly, when we first signed in, we needed a special link. And it's like, I just remember it was very, very, very difficult to like log in. So we went to the trouble of like charging an old phone to hope that it is still logged in so that we don't have to try and like log in or contact like, you know, real estate to complain that, because if you email them, they tell you to put it through the app. Like, it's so annoying. And like I said, the app keeps signing out and it's not, I just remember it isn't easy to sign back in. So anyway, all of our apps are signed out. And none of, like, so now we have to like figure out how, anyway, I hate that. I just hate the fact that I even have to look into an app. Why the fuck can't I just email you? Or call? Or text? Why do I need a whole ass fucking application downloaded on my whole ass, like, why do I need an application on my phone to tell you shit's broken? Can I not just send you an email with shit's broken? And that's enough. Why does it have to be a whole fucking app? Like, I don't understand. You know what I mean? It's like, that does not... And to the point where, again, there's so many things now where it just feels like, oh, and so you'll want to get the app, and it's like, oh, you go to a pub, right? And you want to order something. How, like, or you have to order through the app in a fucking like, you don't have to, but if you want to do, like, I think it's the most BS shit, right? That's what I mean. It's so shit. And because half the fucking time, I wouldn't have as much of a problem if it weren't for the fact that I don't know if it's working half the time, because they hear about the app and apps being the in and popular thing and being what everyone's doing. And then they get the most, I don't know where they're getting. I don't know how to code, but I could fucking probably get a job making an application for a fucking restaurant, because Jesus fuck, the person who made that application don't know how to fucking make one either. Like, what the fuck? 40 little emails, how you gotta track them? I don't know, man. Maybe if you put them in folders, or you know, if you're losing track of something, there's like a, what's it called? Like a fucking search bar with shit. I need to, like, how hard is it to put, like, on your to-do list, right? Return email to. I have 500 emails. What was the last email sent by? Search bar. Put in email address of the person who sent me an email and I need to respond to. It's like, if only there was, like, I don't know, man. It's like, if only there was some way of, like, I feel like that it could be, I read the app and I say shit because it's slow. It was so true. But it's like, yeah. I don't know. Anyway. And like you said, maybe it's easier to track. No, it's not, because I can't lodge something in there because I can't get the app to work. And like I said, ordering food, right? So Jesse gets an employee discount at certain pubs because they're part of a system. It's like they're all part of the same like ownership thing, right? So there are pubs where, because he works at Woolies, he can get discounts at them sometimes. Now, you have to, and I can understand why, right? Realistically, I know why you would make the app, except that if it's to make it easier, why does it make it harder? If the app making things easier would be better and make more sense if the app actually worked. If I could sign in, I could make a complaint, they could see the complaint and everything got fixed, that would make sense. But half the time, the app is buggy. The app doesn't let me sign in. And then, like I said, with the restaurants, sometimes we don't even know if we've made a food order or not. Like, we've pressed order, and then it kind of freezes for a moment. And then it's that awkward thing of, if I press order again, did it go through? Like, did it, like, I don't know if I made the order properly. And then it's like, oh, we can see you have, like, a membership card. And it's like, again, it would make sense if it actually worked. But in the actuality, it just makes it so much harder. Like, is it really that much harder to, like, have a note by the fucking door that says if they have this card as they're eligible for, right? Not by the cash register, right? Do, like, they not do, I'm not in retail, but it was like, to my understanding, right? And even then, I haven't worked at retail, but I say that I used to go to, like, markets. My dad grew vegetables and went to markets to, like, sell vegetables, right, to people. And when we'd get there, he would let me know if anything had changed, right? So, like, oh, he's setting up and he's like, oh, by the way, the broccoli's 2 for 1, right? The broccoli's buy 3, get 1 free, right? And would update me to be like, oh, these are the specials in place. Would they not do that? Would they not just have, like, a little piece of paper that says, or, like, just like, no, by the way, at the moment, and by the way, this wasn't a limited time. It's always there. It's just every now and then it becomes a bigger discount. So it's like, oh, by the way, at the moment, if you show an employee rewards card, you get, I think it's really good deal, and that's why we always go out for pub deals, because it's like, it makes it so much more worth it, but it's like 40% off when they do the big deals. And it's like, pub meals at 40%. Oh, it is glorious. It is so good when they do that. But it's like, oh, by the way, they're doing the thing. If they show a Woolworths employee rewards card, the meal's 40% off, right? But they have to show ID that shows they own the card. Done. If it's realistically, like, it's one of those things where, tell me, have both. I just don't see why it can't be both, right? That's the other thing, right? Make the app for those who want to use it, because I love when I can order remotely for food and things like that, when I can if the app fucking works, when I don't have to order at the window and I can just order ahead of time. I have a minimal interaction with people. I can order at the little kiosk. Love that shit, because I don't like hanging out. I don't like interacting with people. That's fine. But why is it like, oh, if you want this, you have to have the app, and you literally cannot get this discount without using the app? Because all that does, and it feels like half the time, it makes the employee's life harder, because then you have to deal with everyone being like, why can't I have the discount if I don't have the app? I have the app and I want to use the discount, but my app is freezing and I can't place the order. Or I placed the order, but now it's erroring. It's taken the money out of my account. what can you, and it's like half the time I feel so bad. I feel so bad when it actually does that. I know it's not their fault. Because there are times where we've had that happen. We've made an order, it's got the special, it's taken the money out of the account, but the order didn't actually go through to the restaurant. We've shown them everything, but the restaurant doesn't have the order. And it's some poor fucking teenager clearly just doing a job out, like, you know, it's after high school. They're probably fucking exhausted because I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, you're young, what do you have to be? No, it's growing up is exhausting, right? Growing up is exhausting. And it's like working on a radio. I don't work. What do you mean? How are you yapping without stop? Oh, I have problems. It's called being a little neurospicy helps a little bit. And then the other bit's genetics. I inherited it. But no, but it's like, yeah, but it's like they look so exhausted and they're just like, and they look confused. They probably had people come through and yell at them. And it's like, you know, and then you walk up and you're like, hey, look, can you fix this issue with the app? And it's like, and then, and it's this whole rigmarole of like, oh, it went to like, you know, we don't have the order, it's not in the system, so we can't make it. But I want this deal, and they're like, oh, wait. Well, I'm not saying fix the app, but it's like, hey, I want this deal. But it's refusing to give me, like, tell this to the manager directly. But that's what I mean. Is like, we usually say this, and then they have to go get the manager. And then the sad thing. Half the time at these stores, the manager's not exactly, like, old and experienced either. They look like they're barely older than. They also look like they're fucking tired and exhausted, and they're just covering for somebody else. Sometimes you come back with somebody, and sometimes it's actually worse though, because usually, I know this is stereotyping, but most of the time, it's the whole, oh, these youth would know it. Half the time they're more polite to deal with. Like, we'll go through and we'll be like, oh, we didn't get this. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like half of them, like, they don't look. They look around 20 at most. It looks like they're cycling through stuff so fast that they can't, that whoever's in charge of that shift is barely fucking graduated anyway. Like, oh, they're the grumpiest fucking person who is upset that there's sometimes where you get the vibe where it's like, do you ever just get that vibe when you're talking to somebody and the manager walks over to fix it, and you just get that vibe of like, they're probably going to lecture the person after this, you know what I mean? They're irritated that they had to come and fix the problem, and they shouldn't have had to be here because they should have just fixed it themselves. And I feel so bad whenever that happens, because it's like, and then I feel like I'm being troublesome, and 90% of the time, do you know what that problem's to do with? The app. That's what I mean. That's why I'm serious too. So then you get somebody who looks like they're barely fucking, they're like 16 at most, and then they're like, I'm having a problem, and then they come get someone who's like 18 at most, and it's like, and then they have to somehow, and then it's that thing of like, I hope to God that whoever is like in charge doesn't then, like, whoever goes above that doesn't look at, like, you know, get mad at them because you shouldn't have done that, right? Like, you should have told them to get fucked. You shouldn't have made an exception. You shouldn't have put it through with this. You shouldn't have, like, you know what I mean? A good example, right, is we went to McDonald's when they were having Pokemon card things, and we went around and we were like, hey, can we just buy cards, right? Can we literally, we don't want the Happy Meal, can we just pay you for the card packs because, you know, We want the complex. Is this scummy? Yes. But we got so many different answers. That's not how it works, but that's what I mean. It's like we got so many people, most places were like, you can get, we can sell you a max of like 2, right? Most places were like, we can put them through and we can sell you a max of 2. And other places were like a different number, right? I think we only went around to like 4, so it wasn't like a lot. But basically everyone was like, yeah, how many are you after? We can put them through, right? We're not meant to, but we can, right? And because at this point, it is worth noting, I would never do that now. This is before there was a ton of scalpers on that shit. Like, I mean, obviously they were always there, but it wasn't to the degree that it is now, where it's so... This is ages ago, right? And... Like, I'm still going to dollars to just buy 50 Happy Meals or just collecting Pokemon cards. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but I remember it wasn't one that was particularly scalpy. They weren't worth anything, right? We were getting them just because we genuinely wanted to open them. And we weren't rude either. We were literally like, is it possible? And if they said no, we were like, that's all good, mate. Have a good one. And we drove away. But there was only one store out of, I think it was the 4 that we went to. There was only one store. Like I said, we didn't buy like 15. We only bought, I think like we got by the end of it, like I think it was literally like 8 or 10 total. Because they were like, we can sell you 2. We can sell you, you know, we can sell you a few. Right? And the other store, there was the only store that declined that we went to was a really grumpy lady. And I remember because all we said was Pokemon. Look, like I said, this was literally happier times. We had something, we wanted to get out of the house. It's easy to judge, but it's like one of those things of why I find joy when you find joy. You know what I mean? And at this time, I wouldn't do that now because now I would feel like I was taken from a kid. This was at a time where there wasn't people actively fighting in stores. There was no stampedes. There was stock on shelves. Rarely did things ever sell out. It was only ever the most premium ultra collections that sold out. The limited ones that sold out. The actual just normal ass trainer boxes and opening packs weren't selling out. So at that time, the only the ones that were like, there was heaps of like smaller packs available. So otherwise, now I would never, because I would be taking from a kid, right? I just said that now, but at that time, they weren't worth anything. It was just, we were bored. We wanted to open cards and it wasn't hurting anyone at that time. Like I said, now, different story. And we weren't buying them to resell, to be fair. Like I said, I think we still have all of them. Because we just wanted to... I bought Pokemon just because I don't play the games, and I have more of a connection to Pokemon nostalgia-wise as well, because they were the games that I played with friends in high school. And so I have I remember Wonder Trading, sitting with my friend and Wonder Trading and comparing what we were getting and everything like that, and trading between games and everything. So I have a bias towards it because, like I said, it's one of those things of the same way I look at War of the Worlds and I'm like, God damn, I fucked my life up. I look at Pokemon and I think of all the times that I spent having fun with my friends. You know, I think of... They're like being so excited because, oh my God, I got Wonder Traded a shiny. This is the best. I think about the time where I 100% got like a hacked in Pokemon, but I was fine with it because I was like, whatever, this bitch is going to carry me through the whole game. And it did. And I was so happy. I got like, and so I like the cards because it reminds me of that. Right? And I used to get the booster boxes a lot, right? I played, but never the trading. Yeah, I never played the trading card game, really. I think I played a little bit, obviously, the Pocket one, but even then I don't barely launch that one anymore. I just enjoy Pokemon from afar. I like the designs. I look at the PNGs and I'm like, that's cool, but I haven't played like a Pokemon game in a while because I realized that it's like, I can look at the image on the internet and just enjoy it. I don't have to actively play the game. But I would sit and I would try to collect, and I was so like, I enjoyed it. And then the other thing was, right, that it was a treat. It wasn't, there was no, I myself, I don't think I've ever sold a Pokemon card. I was not in it. I like them because they look cool. I like collecting them. They remind me of how happy I was as a kid. And every time I would buy packs, I would get enough for 2. And so I'm really nostalgic explicitly for, I say nostalgic, but it was like only a few years ago. It's not like it's, but it's like explicitly the lo-fi Legend of Zelda Fairy Fountain makes me like, you know, I guess that maybe I'm one of those people where it's just like a smell or a sound or a thing makes me remember something. And so I get really sentimental because that was what we would play. We would listen to lo-fi Legend of Zelda Fairy Fountain while we would sit and me and Jesse would open Pokemon cards together and we would compare what cards that we got. And I shared the hobby with him, and we would sit and we would organize our cards together and we would put them in sleeves together. And we'd be like, oh man, I'm so jealous of you all, man. That was so cool. Knowing full well that in the end, it's never one of those things. We're not going to be sitting in a fucking court of law spreading Beanie Babies or anything like that. But it's just like, I don't know. I'm genuinely happy for each other when the other got cards that were cool. Any card I got that was related to a Diglett in any way, that would be hit. And that's what I mean. I liked that. I liked sharing. And so at a time when both of us were feeling not great, driving around to McDonald's to open to get Pokemon cards to open together so that even for a moment we have something to smile at. It's like, that was worth it. You know what I mean? It's like, is it lame? Fuck yeah, but everything is, man. Everything's fucking cringe and lame. But I don't know. I think it was something like $2 per pack or something. They had different prices. Some of them were like, I think like $2, $3, something like that. And I think we spent, I don't remember. Like, I can't remember. I just remember there was the one store that said no and was very rude about it too. Because all we said was, are we able to? And they were like, no. And any store, like, you know, no, you can't do that. That's impossible. And we were like, oh, I didn't know that. I think we offhand mentioned that we bought some from a different store. And they were like, well, you should report them. They should not have, like, she was just very rude about it and was like, they shouldn't have done that. That is not okay. And that is not acceptable. And it's just like, bitch, all we did is ask if we can buy Happy Meal Pokemon cards without buying the Happy Meal. I know like I said, I know that should be possible, but like, goddamn, like, you don't have to go off at us because the other stores weren't meant to, when you were the only store that said no. And rudely, like, a simple like, nah, you know, sorry, can't do that. And it's just like, Scalpel's words. I don't, like I said, it feels so bad saying it now, but like I said, I swear at this time, the only packs that were getting scalped were the really, so you know how you have your individual booster packs, and then you have the box, I can't remember what they're actually fucking called, but it's just like, it's just a box that has, I think it has 10 packs in it, a coin and everything like that. We were collecting those. They were basically never out of stock, right? They were only ever low stock, and that was because there was problems with shipment, but they were never really ever out of stock. The only ones that were ever out of stock were the boxes that cost like $200 plus, the ultra mega rare collector's edition that came with, those sold out almost immediately every time. Those were getting scalped. Dual stream, I do! And so I realized that me saying, like, I drove around to McDonald's to buy Happy Meal Pokemon cards, it sounds like I'm going around to steal them from the children to sell, but like I said, I never sold any of them. I still have them. I don't think I've sold any card, and the only card I think we've sold is Jesse pulled a rare Charizard card, sold it for $250 so that we could buy more Pokemon cards to open together. Pokemon McDonald's Japan thing. No, because it wasn't. This was way before. This was like I said, this isn't like in current climate of collecting. I would scout me. You know what I mean? That's like, how dare you? That's for kids. Let the kids have one fucking thing left, right? Because now everything is out of stock. There's no booster packs. There's no booster boxes. There's no, I say boxes. I can't remember what they're called, but like the boxes that have like 10 packs in them and the dice and everything. Those were what we're getting. And they were never out of stock. They were always heaps of them on the shelf. They were not selling out. The only time there was ever not heaps on the shelf was because those ones were either not really being printed anymore, or they were just having problems shipping them to Oz. And that's why. But otherwise, there was heaps of, the Pokemon cards were everywhere. You could walk into any store and get Pokemon cards. And now I walk into EBs and I can't even get a pack. I can't even get an individual $7 pack. Because they're just gone. All of them are gone. Like, but when I was buying them all and everything like that, you could just walk in, you didn't have to pre-order. Pre-ordering was absolutely 110% optional. You only did that because you were really excited and you wanted to go pick it up as soon as it dropped, and you know what I mean? They're just called bundles. Are they? I swear they're called something else. I've never heard them called a bundle. Trainer box, that's what they call it. Elite trainer box. What else do I stream to? YouTube. But yeah, elite trainer boxes. I was getting the trainer boxes everywhere. There was literally none of them were selling out unless it was either an issue with shipments or a particularly lucrative, and even then it's like rarely. Like, for example, when I bought, I can't imagine it now, or like, but it had to be a set that like had really good chase cards in it, or had trouble with shipments. But otherwise, there was no trouble. You could just buy, and even then, even if the elite trainer boxes sold out, you could walk into an EB Games and just buy individual packs, or like, you know, the boxes that have like, you know, the special cards, the giant cards in them. The giant special cards, you could just buy them. You didn't have to pre-order any of that shit. They were rarely ever sold out at all. And now there's like nothing available. And it's like I said, if it was today, I would never drive around to McDonald's to take fucking Pokemon cards from the children. But at that time, that they weren't like, see, but that's the thing, is like, I don't, number one, because it's now getting ridiculously expensive and I'm not fist fighting anybody. I don't play the game, but I also don't sell the cards. I may not use the cards for their intended purpose, but I appreciate the cards and I like the cards and I collect the cards. But none of them are, there's no monetary gain at all. The reason I would have much less of a problem if it was just like everybody collecting them and that was it. Everybody wanted them because they were so fucking cool, right? I wouldn't be angry if it really was just like, oh, a bunch of adults are buying all of the fucking cards because they just want to buy them. I would be way less angry. But they're not buying them to open them because they want childlike joy. They want a spark of dopamine. They're buying them to sell them. That's where it's unfair. It's just like, you're just buying them to stop anyone else. That's not. That is literally like fucking villain behavior. Again, I don't judge anybody buying stuff up to open it genuinely. To open it and because they want to collect it, they appreciate it, it reminds them of their child. That's fine. I have no problem with adults collecting cards. That's not my problem. My problem is anybody who buys the cards and then sits on them. Oh, and that goes for all of them. I have no problem if somebody was out there buying 500 Labubus and surrounding themselves with Labubus because it made them smile. You do you, boo. You do it. I don't care. Like I said, whatever makes you smile. I'm not going to tell somebody like, no, you're not allowed to feel joy over this because I deem it like XYZ, right? But the problem is when you buy all of them and you only care that you can resell it. And I was like, that's fucking lame, dude. Also, I really need to pee. I've been needing to pee for a solid, like, probably like 10 minutes, but I've just been letting my kidneys burst. So I will be right back. Actually, I will be right back. I'm gonna hold a bunch of cards to actually, no, these are bad ones. I'm gonna hold a bunch of cards to open. Wait, no, these ones are better. I'm gonna hold a bunch of cards to open so that you guys, hopefully none of these are rare or like, so you have something on. Dude, I just started fucking walking away. I was like, oh, hopefully, well, I have a cashier, so I don't give a fuck. But it's like, hopefully none of these are rare so that I can just walk away and it'll keep flicking through like jangling keys. And then I get up and walk, like I turn around as I'm walking away and it's like, what the fuck, dude, did I just say? What the hell did I just fucking say? That's a fuck this fucking game. Anyway, I'll be right back. Fuck this fucking game. What the fuck, dude? Do you know how? I will explain why I'm so angry. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll be right back. So thank you for the sub, Shatter. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. Last night, but that's fine. As you can have as many Yu-Gi-Oh decks as you can have 500 if it's just something you like. It was as I said. The problem is when, hang on, I think there's like I need to turn the wrong button. That's my mod control because I modded it because I'm lazy. But it's like, I was like, last night I was opening so many packs and getting dog shit, right? Like absolute, just like barely every now and then, but kind of like a card over $1 vibe. And so I go to pick it up and I'm like, oh yeah, let me just like grab I'll just grab a handful of these because I never get any good cards of these. So, and then while I'm going pee, you guys will have jangling keys. Rather than me just putting on a be right back screen, you guys can have jangling keys. In the whole ass fucking time that I've had this particular, and last night I was opening I shit you not, I was just opening, like I said, I was watching movies on the side, so I was just buying 64 boxes and opening every single fucking pack, and I was opening pack after card, pack after card, pack after card, pack after, and getting fuck all. And then I'm like, okay, well that's what's going to happen now, so I'm gonna go the fucking moment I'm like, okay, well, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll just let it go through all the shit cards. It's just like, yeah, so anyway, while you're like busting and walking away, and because you've said you don't want anything, we're going to give you a god pack out the arse end. What the fuck was that? I haven't even seen one of those cards before. I've never even seen one of these fuck ass cards. What the fuck do you mean? The fuck does that even? I had the one. It's there, but then it's like I bought one, and then I think I got that one, and then I bought. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go pee. Give me a moment, motherfucker. Goddamn motherfucker. That's what I'm thinking. Goddamn fucking bitch. Goddamn. Dude, these better not come back fucked to shit. Does it give me a better chance of not being fucked to shit if I pay more? Fuck it, I'm on my result. Dude, that's what it feels like! Skilly, that's what it I also just don't want to. But because maybe you should think about why. No. You know what? The game is bullying me. The game is bullying me. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. Why isn't anybody gonna walk up and tell me I can come and sit with them? So then I become a walking canon event. I need to become a walking canon event. Dude. The other thing that like occurs to me with that, I'm not going to it, but it's just like, wouldn't it get tiring? Like, in a most serious note, besides everything, right? Like, I guess I feel, despite all I said about being so angry and about how easy my life be, I still feel pity because it's just like, I'm just tired, dude. Nothing is going on in my fucking life, right? I have very little going on. How do you be a walking tornado and not just be exhausted, right? How do you not just get to a point and you're like, fuck it, I can't do this anymore? Right? Like, how do you, like that's what I'm just thinking about it from the perspective of like, I could not be fucked. I could not be bothered to try and start drama above all, like, regardless of everything else. I feel like someone would try to be like, oh, you did this, and it's like, look, like, I guess my thing is like, if number one, either I actually did the wrong fucking thing, right? And I apologize. If they don't accept my apology, that is on them. That is, you know what I mean? Like, I can only do what I can do, and they have every right to remove. If I do something wrong and I hurt someone's feelings, then, and it's dead serious, I will apologize, right? Because number one, regardless of whether I meant to, someone's feelings get hurt. You just say sorry. It's just easier, right? My opinion has always been, even if it ends up being the equivalent of I'm sorry you felt that way, because sometimes I know that that's a bad apology, but sometimes it really is. It's at times where it's just like, but that's what I mean. I feel like it's like, look, I'm like, again, it's like if you say something like, oh, I think, really bad example, but this is the first thing that pops in my mind. The world is round, and someone jumps in and they're like, oh, but that actually, like, that hurt my feelings because I actually think the earth is flat and you're not respecting my opinions. All you can do at that point is just be like, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. Like, that wasn't my intention, but you're welcome to leave. Like, if that hurt your feelings, like, I'm not gonna fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna stick around to argue the actual, like, oh, but actually the earth is actually, like, no, dude, I'm going to see that. I'm going to say, sorry, you don't have to have me on your life. That is on you. Like, either you can decide whether that matters to you or not. You know what I mean? It's, I don't, like, yeah. It basically boils down to I don't care, but, like, because I don't like hurting people's feelings, even if it's not intentional, and even if I do think that I'm right, I'll still apologize. Just be like, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want. I'm not going to sit and argue with you on the matter. You can either, you know, we can either both look past this. If I actually genuinely fuck up, that's different. But like, a lot of the stuff that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, it really is shit like, sorry I hurt your feelings. Because like, at some point, you just gotta like, I'm not fucking with that shit, you know? Like, you, like... So it's just, sometimes things really just are not worth your energy. And that is a blessed skill to have, to even just be able to recognize that like, nah, this is not worth the headache. It's not. And so I don't understand how some people can actually just be walking drama machines. Like, how do you not just get so tired? You just go, you know what? Fuck it. I just either like... I guess the whole thing is like, oh, they get a ride out of it, but it's like, how? Like, obviously, I'm not innocent of ever having drama or causing drama or anything like that, but it's just like, I can't imagine actively trying to frequently, because that just sounds fucking exhausting. Like, from an all other standpoint, that just sounds exhausting. Anyway, that was that, whatever. That was all I wanted to say. Is just like, I was just thinking about when P was thinking about like, damn, how did people like that even wake up in the morning like, you know what, I'm gonna make up and start some bullshit today. I wake up and it's like, goddamn, I regret that. How do you like... Oh, dude, I forget I can hold more than one card type. Okay, let's open these. Oh wait, I turned off auto open. God damn it, I keep pressing F1 instead of the actual toggle. There we go. Do you know what else I think? I know that there are bad apologies that exist, right? But do you know what else is a weird thing? I feel like to a degree, I guess that is also the point, that people expect one, but no one's going to accept it. But like, I feel like there is almost no point in apologizing on the internet. Because every time I read something, I'm just like, well, like literally you could just say the words, I am sorry. And someone would be like, that sounds like you're just like there will, I feel like there's way too many times where it's like, oh, the therapy speak in the fucking comments being like, oh, well, actually, you see, this is actually the like, and it's like, I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, why do you care? The only people like that should be like, that this should have an effect on is those involved. And like, why are we like rating apologies on the internet? There are some that is like definitely like, oh no, that's a god fucking awful apology, you didn't actually apologize at all. That's worthy of like, but if it's literally just something like, I'm sorry for what I did and I take responsibility, it feels like there's so many times where it's like, well, actually, it just sounds like they're saying, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry you felt that way. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that, like I said, is that not just sometimes the best that you can do? I feel like there are times where it's just shit, where it's like, again, it's just petty shit, and it really is the best of, I'm sorry that what I said hurt feelings. Because sometimes it really is that ridiculous. And then I'm wondering, like, am I a fuck, like, you know, whatever therapy speak is being spouted? That's so weird. When did, like, the internet become a psychologist? When did we go from telling people to... I don't know, what did we even do? What did the fuck... I don't know, man. I don't even know. I don't know how we got here. How did we get onto this? How did I go pee and come back being philosophical? What the fuck did happen to that toilet? Like, you know, I'm sitting here like, wait, what did I fucking think of? Like, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna rant about movies. And then I go pee and I'm like, so anyway, guys, why is the internet the way the internet is? Like, when the fuck did I become a fucking, like, what the fuck? Yeah, but then sometimes that's all you can say. But then if you do that, the internet, like, it feels like this, like, oh, well, so you're just actually saying, like, so why does it feel like the whole, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings is such a demonized phrase? Like, what I guess that confuses me because I don't understand social, like, things a lot. And so I'm confused. When did that become so demonized when sometimes that is a valid apology? When did that become a not valid apology? When sometimes things really are so fucking petty and small. Big things are different, right? But sometimes it feels like I'll be on the internet and it'll be some dumb fucking shit. And then there'll be like a dumb apology like, I'm sorry, I said that I wasn't thinking. And then there'll be some armchair psychologist in the bottom, in the comments being like, oh, the suggestion was the other. Okay, but let's be real. Sometimes it fucking is. Let's be fucking real. Sometimes it absolutely 100%. It actually, yeah, it does. Like, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it isn't. But sometimes it, like, it really is. It's like, it's not, like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's not my fault that you're built like that. Like, I don't know, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe you should think about, like, I know that this, I might even say this, it's problematic, but it's like, maybe you should actually think about why what I said affected you that way. Right? Like, it basically feels like that. It's just like, look, if you're going to get upset with what I said, maybe you should think about why what I said made you upset. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously there's, like I said, it's a fucking spectrum of BS. But like, sometimes it really is your fault that you're sad. You know what I mean? Like, why are you letting what I said, like, get to you? Just don't. Like, there is some really, I guess I go on the internet, I see things and it's just like, this is the goddamn stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Levels of, like, drama shit. Which is why I'm playing these games, because this is healthier than going through. It's the whole thing of, what would I be doing if I wasn't doing this? Probably doom scrolling. This is healthier. I have no doubt in my mind, this is probably fucking healthier for me than doom scrolling. Cause some people got, like, built very different. So many things where it's just like, you know, like, it doesn't, like, it's not that deep. Like, you don't have to, like, I don't know. I think it's also very funny when you go through, like, the other one, it's not so much apologies, but just, like, a funny thing I've noticed sometimes where you go through comments for games and because you're trying to figure out if it's a game you should play, and then it's very, very clear that it's like, this is not their type of game, but they just refuse to acknowledge that. And it's just like, also, I am of the opinion that I am of the opinion that as far as, like, Telltale style games and things like that go, right? That if you enjoyed your time, if you enjoyed the story told, if you got to the end and you enjoyed it the whole, like, way through, right? Does it realistically, right? I can understand, I see your point, but at the same time, it feels like I saw so many reviews for Dispatch where it was like, actually it felt like none of the choices really mattered. And it's like, water is wet, more news, like, what, like, you know, at the full count. I feel like there are some, like, You know what? Like, it's like, because it's like, oh, but it only changes like a minor thing, right? And it's like, number one, do you know how much effort goes into any of those kind of games? Do you know, like, if they, like, it's fine that most, like, it's like, oh, but it only feels like there's only, like, 2 big major choices. And it's like, that's because it's not Baldur's Gate. And even, like, there's so many where it's like, you could make the argument that it's like the choices, only the big choices towards the end really matter. There's so many games like that, right? And that is, it's one of those where, again, it feels like to me like it's like water is wet, because it's like, and did you enjoy the journey? Did you enjoy the story you got told? Does it really matter? Right? Like, because in my opinion, if you sit down, you played the whole game, you loved the game, you loved the story, and your only complaint is that you don't feel like the choices mattered enough, it's like, I feel like that's valid on one hand, but on the other hand, I've seen so many where it's basically like the opinion of like, I don't understand why it's getting so much. That's what I mean. This is why you don't doom scroll, guys, because I loved Dispatch, dude. It was one of the best. I know that it's not a show, but superhero shows and just shows in general I've watched recently. I sat there and I played it. Well, Jesse was watching, and we watched it at the cutscenes, and we went through it together, and we loved it. And you know what? It could have gotten to the end, and everything could have been set in stone, and I wouldn't have given a fuck. Because why is it a problem if there's the illusion of free choice, if the illusion is worth buying? It's literally the magic trick again. Did you feel entertained? Does it fucking matter if it was an illusion? I got the good ending. I got arguably the good ending. I don't want to spoil too much because I know that there were people that really wanted to play it, so I don't want to get into spoiler territory. So I'm treading lightly. But it's just that thing of like, to anyone who's just like, oh, but it was only the illusion of free choice, and it's like, so if you were only, it was like you got to the end and you only realized at the very last minute that it was an illusion, does it matter? Like, it's literally the whole thing. Do you get like, do you get upset that, like, I understand in the sense of reviewing it for like, I gotta just, yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like that, yeah, that's just, I'm trying my best to avoid spoiler territory, but it's just, like I said, don't go on the internet if you like something, because people will convince you that it's wrong to like it because of one reason. Like I said, it's like that thing of, the game was amazing, and yet I've seen so many opinions of, I don't understand why it's getting so much praise when it only has the illusion of choice. Like, I understand if you're going to say like, oh, it doesn't have much replay value because there's not, but like that's what I mean. It's like, the point of being like, all of it, none of it's fucking real, right? The point of like everything is how much you enjoy it that you are willing to forget, right? That it's a video game, that would never work, that's illogical, that you don't care anymore. Because that was me for that game. That's me for most multiple choice games, right? I don't care if my choice really matters, because it felt as long as it felt like my choice. If the illusion only faded because I finished the game and then I go back and it's like, oh. And even then, I've enjoyed going back and looking what other people chose, because those little variations, maybe they don't change the fate of the world, but there's still something funny to look at. It's still different. And to a degree, I guess that's, I don't know, man. If you like something, don't go on the internet. But go over the, at the end of the day, that's what I mean. it is the illusion of, you can choose what you want, but the whole time, and I assume that you're also, for lack of a better word, manipulating and leading the conversation to the answer you want. Like, you're saying things, and they chose to do that, and they think that that was 100% their choice. They definitely wanted to choose that. But that was what you wanted them to choose the whole fucking time. It's like, oh, as you're traveling down the, like, you know, as you're traveling down the path, you notice a cave off to the side, which you could look at it, like, you know, there doesn't seem to be anything else. So, like, you know, you set up a cave, and then it's up to, and then they're like, oh, well, actually, we want to check out the cave, and you're like, fell for my, like, I don't play D&D, but I assume it's something similar like that. You just drop in hints that it's like, just a little bit. That's what I mean. It's like you're just dropping enough, and but it's like a game equivalent. It's like, that's the whole fucking point of every game ever in the whole point is you think you are doing what you want to do in your story. You're the main character. You made your choices for yourself. This is your story. But it was completely pre-fucking written. Right? Like, it's like, okay, I'm gonna make a spoiler one for this one because this one ain't fucking new. So if you haven't learned the end of Red Dead yet, I suggest not, like, listening to what I say next. But that's like saying Red Dead, like, you don't understand the praise that Red Dead gets for being so sandbox, because in the end it ends up technically the same. Right? And I feel like this is the same story. Because it's literally, it fucking is. Because the whole time you're choosing to do stuff, it does feel like it's your version of them. Yeah, but that's what I mean, is it's like, yeah, because there's, but it's like, and it's the same for, like, there's only so many set, because it's hard to code that, and it's hard to, like, but it's like, again, saying Red Dead isn't as free will as you think it is, because there's only 2 endings, and they're technically the same, so there isn't really any free will. But it's like, you get to pick how you get there, and that's your, in the same way that's your Arthur Morgan, that's your character on Dispatch. What story do you want them to have had? Yeah, the story's pre-written, but it makes a big difference. Like, there's one part, and I don't like it, actually, I'm gonna be real. It's like, of Dispatch, like, again, I'm avoiding spoilers, but there's one part, and I'm glad I made the choice that I made, because the alternate one completely changes it tonally. Right? But that's what I mean, is it's the illusion. You think you are making your story, but it's literally, it's like the little choices, and I feel like they can make a lot of difference about your choice. You know what I mean? That's your version of them, right? That's your that's, and it's different. Are they doing it? You know, I'm trying my best to avoid spoilers. Red Dead's a better example because it has a similar thing, and this isn't spoiling anything. But in Red Dead, it's like, is your Arthur Morgan, is this a tale of redemption? Is this a tale of the man died the way he lived? Is this a tale of, did he see the light? Did he try to change, but he fell into his old ways? Did he try his best, and despite everything, he still couldn't fix, the sins he'd committed? You know what I mean? It's that story. It's those choices. Did he redeem himself? Did he have any where did your Arthur Morgan draw his lines in the dirt, right? Where did he put his morals? Yeah, there's only like 2 endings, and both of them are the fucking same if you get back to it. I don't know why I'm trying not to spoil it, but it's pretty fucking spoiled by the internet. But it's like, because in Red Dead, you get to the end, and again, both endings are the same. It's just the how. And they tell a very different story. Like I said, is it a story of redemption? Is it a story of maybe your Arthur Morgan does love killing? Maybe he's a serial killer. My Arthur Morgan is on a tale of redemption. Again, the destination is the fucking same, right? But is he maybe not killing, but maybe money? Maybe it's one of those things where unless there's money involved on the side quest or a side thing, you don't even get involved because you're not getting into it unless there's money in it. My Arthur Morgan is realizing that maybe he's made mistakes in life and maybe he wants to turn it around. Maybe he wants a new beginning. Maybe he wants, you know. My Arthur Morgan is on a tale of redemption. And it's good in that the voice lines that they say and the way that people treat change. Because instead of people being, you know, feels like every gay like it's so, but you'll remember that it's the story of the character. It will. It's the illusion of free choice. It's the illusion. Everything's already written. It is literally, the whole point of games is the journey. Where you know, and even then, moral, like, while you're doing it, right? Two people, I think, could play the same game, play the same stuff, have the same choices, and they themselves have a different story because maybe one of them is doing it because maybe Arthur Morgan, for example, maybe you went after somebody and you killed him. Maybe your Arthur Morgan was just killing him because he loved killing. And maybe your other is killing it for out of vengeance because he heard something in the town and he can't let that stand. Both of them are killing somebody. Maybe they even go the same kind of, you know, path or route or way or trick or whatever. Maybe they do exactly the same actions, but one of them is doing out of like, you know, I need to do the right, like, you know, revenge. And one of them is doing it out of because they enjoy it. You know? And is that not worth something as well? And I feel like that's where Dispatch falls in as well. The choices you make are because that's yours. Because, yeah, exactly. Because, like I said, even if on the screen it's the same, your feelings while you're making those actions are different. And that's your version of that character. That's why I really like games, right? Because they do. You can have someone and you can play a linear game and you can have somebody. Maybe Expedition 33 is a good one. I chose the ending I chose because of, you know, the fucking reasons that I did. I don't want to talk about it because otherwise it gets into spoiler territory and I don't know if anybody's played it and I don't feel like bawling my eyes out for another week. But maybe somebody makes the choice, the same choice, but it's out of anger. Or, you know what I mean? It's because, right? Based on which character built this? Yeah. That's what I mean, right? But it's like, I made the choice that I made after I considered everything. I considered everybody involved, all the people involved, all the stories up until then. And I went with the one that I thought had the least amount of pain. In general, right? I was thinking about it that way, where that and then somebody else might have played it and gone, fuck that bitch, and gotten the same ending. Like, I shit you know, they like, I'm thinking about it now, and you can have the same ending. You can pick the same ending. And you could be picking it because out of pity. Or you could be picking it because fuck that bitch. She fucked all this shit up. If she had just been fucking why'd she have to go and be a bit? Totally different reasons for getting that ending. Who's willing to murk? I'm just trying to every time I've played a game. That's why I partially didn't stream Dispatch, because I knew that if I tried to stream it, I'd be tempted to make choices because they're funny. And when really I wanted to make a choice that I wanted to make, because every time I sit there and I'm like, oh, this would be such a funny choice. It's like, yeah, but it's mean. And so that's why I decided not to stream Dispatch. It's literally just the thing of like, I don't want to feel any pressure at all to make a funny choice because it's funny, even if that isn't the choice I would have made. And I wanted to, like, you know, just enjoy the game. at its core. So I decided not to stream it. But it's like, I don't know. Again, I love how even in the same story, you can get different interpretations of exactly the same things. For one person, they might feel a pity. For another, they might feel an anger. And they'll make the same choice, but based on different emotions. And I think that's fucking cool as shit, dude. Make choices based on what I would actually say. That's what I mean. That's what I wanted to do. But then, like I said, when I stream it, people are like, haha, wouldn't it be so funny? And I'm like, yeah, it kind of would. And so, and then I feel a peer pressure to do the funny. Because that would be funny. And then, but if it's just me, it's like, that would be funny, but I don't have anyone else to entertain except me, and I would be better entertained if I made this choice. You know? Yeah, I'm doing. Yeah. But no, I don't know. Again, so that, I guess, don't go on the end if you enjoy something again, because the whole reason this rant started is because I don't quite understand why there's people that are like, Dispatch doesn't deserve the praise it has, basically, is the opinion. It doesn't deserve its praise because it only has the illusion of choice, no real choice. And it's like, that's gaming, dude. That's video games. It's all, it's all... Also, tell me a story game. Like, maybe there probably are some. I probably haven't played them because they're probably fucking ridiculously long if it actually is going to do that, because it probably has to account for every fucking individual syllable you've said. But tell me a story game where it doesn't boil down to there's only really one big difference. Or if it's just stuff like this person lived, or this person died. Because tell me where it's like, and where it's like, you know. Tell me one where it doesn't just boil down into, like, you know, little differences. And it's actually, like, big, huge, colossal, life-changing differences. The only, like, and even then, I was going to say Baldur's Gate's the first one that comes to mind. And that one is one that it feels like it is fucking giant of a game. That is one where it's like you have to, because there's so much there and so many different pathways, it takes you fucking forever to play any of them because, oh, you made a choice? Well, that's now a 3-hour side quest. Like, and then even then, it's like one of those things where there's so many different variations of the ending, and like 90% of them are just like, oh, well, this person turns up if you didn't kill them. And it's like, that doesn't feel like a major world-breaking difference if it's like, choices matter as a tag on Steam, I think. Probably, like, but like, if it were being touted as one of the games with, like, you know, 500 endings and all of your choice, I would be like, yeah, okay, maybe it doesn't deserve that praise. But like, all I've seen, I haven't seen anyone saying that your choices majorly matter. I expected that it wouldn't matter until, like, the, like, very end. And that it would just be that what I chose had little influences on it, right? Like, that's what I mean. It's just like, I haven't played too many, but the ones that I have played, is it not fucking cool that they managed to convince you that they matter? And then you go back and you check and it's like, oh, most of these didn't really have too much of a difference. But in that moment, you really wondered, will this have a huge difference? Like... And even then, number one, it's a video game. Video game's gonna end, and you're gonna go back to doing whatever you were doing. So, like, the whole fucking thing. No! I am ranting while I am playing, using that word conservatively. I'm ranting while I'm playing Card Shop Sim. I'm just ranting about everything and anything. I'm bad, dude. But yeah, I need to play Gambit now. I'm gonna be a Gambit main. King of Thieves! King of Thieves. Really fun. Well, and he pulled, oh. I was literally like, okay, well, I'm gonna hold Cause I modded it so I can hold more packs and open more faster cause I have a problem. But and then I was like, oh, you know what? I've been getting jack shit. I'll just pick up a bunch of packs and I'll leave them to open on the screen while I go pee. And as I'm getting up to walk away, it gets, cause it's like, you know, oh, cause it won't get anything good. And then as I'm busting to pee and I go to walk away and it's a god pack. And it's literally like all fucking ghost cards. And it's like, the fuck is this? Where was this when I was sitting there I was buying boxes of 64 packs and opening them all. And I got nothing. I was lucky if I was getting cards worth like fucking $50 last night when I was playing this. And then I go pee and I'm like, well, I won't get anything good. And then it's like, god pack. And it's like, I'm busting to pee. You can't do this to me now. My kidneys are crying. My kidneys, please, for the love of God. I need you to let me go. And it's just like another ghost card. Bad, but the good thing is that this is fictional gambling is fine. I love fictional gambling. Real gambling, I won't touch with a, 10-foot pole, because I know I have an addictive personality, and I'm not looking to get myself into debt anytime soon. But fictional gambling, that's just a time sink. And even then, technically, I can warrant it, because I can explain it away by, oh, it's fine, because I'm streaming it, and streaming it is productive. Question mark. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm being productive because I'm streaming it. Yeah. It's for content. Exactly. It's not me sinking my time into fucking fake gamble simulator. It's for content. It's so I can rant about fucking my canon event and how much I don't like Now You See Me and how much the internet ruins everything because I like video games. Truly a stream of a little bit of everything today. As far as rant content goes, it's been pretty varied. It's been pretty play some honkai? Go for it. I think you should gamble. No, I don't think you should not gamble unless you want to. But like, otherwise, I don't think you should gamble. I like gambling. That's the thing that sucks. The thing that, it's one of those things of, I know I could never, because, dude, every time I play the hold that the slot machines had on me in New Vegas told me everything about me I needed to know. Like, the amount of time I spent in that fucking casino in New Vegas, that was everything I needed to know about myself to know that I should never sit down in an actual fucking slot machine. That's enough. But that's why we like games, because they give us these things about ourselves. Now I know I shouldn't do that, and I know that while, like, I don't have to actually go to a real slot machine to know, like, ooh, shit, this thing is this, I would lose, like, my life savings here. Stop being stinky. Stop being stinky. Spray him again. He didn't get the memo. I'm gonna change my, I guess you can. Look, I did after follow it with, you know, disclaimer, anybody who enters financial ruin because of the advice of a VTuber online, I don't have any, I claim zero responsibility for your bad decisions. You should probably not believe what I say. But, like, if you wanna, like, I guess you could, but don't listen to me. VTubers are notoriously trustworthy, right? VTubers are notoriously, they're so well known for never ever having any dramas or anything like that. That they're so well known for never being. Yeah, it's rough. So, and that's the other reason why we stay off the internet. It's better sometimes with, yeah, it gets tiring. Don't have a poor physical response. I'm like, the most debt I'm realistically in is just because I tried to study multiple times and I dropped out and failed. So it's like, my debt is like basically student loan related, where it's like, oh man, now when I pay taxes, it's going to be a little extra because I need to pay back the fucking money from the time I tried to study. Which, don't look at that number. Don't look at it. It makes you sad to think about. You look at it and you're like, oh. Oh, no. Month of the union, I don't have any loans. Because the thing is, it's like, I like it, right? I had to pay nothing up front, right? And hopefully, by the time, like, in theory, right? The way it's meant to work is that by the time you have the money to pay the tax to pay back the loan, that it's like, it won't affect you, right? It's meant to be, it comes out a little bit of your pay out of, when you get pay, you pay it out of that pay, right? And that's meant to be the idea. So in theory, it's good. I actually would still prefer that over the other one. I don't know, man. I'm not sitting, if I was in anywhere else where I had to actually get an active loan, right? And and have to pay it back. When you pay it out. But no, that's what I mean. Is it's like, right now, I don't have a job. I don't have to pay it because I don't have a job that can pay it. But the moment I have a job that could pay it, I will pay it. Right? But I was able to have the opportunity, and it's not my fault I fucking sucked and I dropped out. But I was able to study. Yeah, and it's like, but the thing is, right, I still would prefer that based on anything else I've heard in the US, because it's just like, well, you know, you're like, you know, you don't have a job, or you better pay it. But it's like, yeah, it is. But at least I had the opportunity, right? It is my fault, but the opportunity was there, you know? I didn't have to pay anything up front, and I will pay it back when I can pay it back, right? I won't have anyone hounding me unless I like refuse to fucking, or like I hide money or anything, and that's just illegal. That's fair. I should at that point. But unless I'm being like illegal, like I will pay it back when I can, right? It's meant on a minimum threshold of what I earn. So if I'm not earning enough to the point where it's like it would actively impede my ability to survive, I don't pay it. There's like a minimum, like, you know, amount where it's then you start paying. And I think it's even then, it's like percentage based. So the more you earn, the more you pay back, right? Which I feel like is much more fair than anything where it's just like, oh, well, you owe us like, you know, 20 grand because you tried to go to uni and you're not paying it. You're not working, not my problem. You better pay it now. Like, at least in this sense, I got the choice. I didn't have to pay up front, and I pay it when I can. What happened, like I said, it's not, I had it like, you know what I mean? It's like, some people don't even get the opportunity because they can't pay it up front. That was never an option, right? You can't pay it up front, and you gotta learn. Oh, you don't have a job that really pays well? That doesn't matter. Like, you better. That's a whole car. Yeah, but I was like, it was an expensive like course. And like I said, you only pay that way, like a car, right? For example, number one isn't an education. It's my fault I didn't get educated with it because I'm stupid and like, you know, I'm a in my own brain, a hopeless case. I have deemed me pretty fucking hopeless. I hope not. But like a car, you take out a loan to get a car, or you pay it up front. Like, basically it's like, what if you got a car and you got the car and you don't have to pay anything up front, and you only start paying back the loan for the car after your earning rate goes over a certain point. And like I said, I'd have to check, but even then, I don't think it's a set amount. I think it's a percentage. So that that car repayment should theoretically, if kept in check, never send you, like, if you're earning an amount that's like not enough that you could pay that payment and live, that you won't pay that payment. So it's like, yeah. So it's not like, oh, you earn, because I don't think it's a case of, oh, you earned like $1 over the threshold, so now you owe us 20 grand immediately. Or like you earn $1, so now you have to pay the highest amount possible. It's meant to be, in theory, if properly managed. The whole point is that in theory, it should never get to the point where you can't eat because you have to pay that loan. But, and for that, I had the possibility, it's like I could have had a, also, how much, I swear 20 grand for like a whole fucking degree would not be that much. How much is it in like, let me look. Hang on. Yeah, it's like the same fucking price. Like, it's like, I don't know, I just went and quickly Googled it and I was like, wait a minute. It's the same price. Like, the price is the same. If you take the US amount and you put it into AUD, it's the same. Like, it's around, like, it's, I don't know, exactly the same, but it's around the same. It's not like, oh, it's like double the price. It's like, no, it's relatively same ballpark. And again, my one that I was looking at was more expensive of a one, right? Like, because, you know, they all have like different prices. Some are like kind of more because they're more in demand, or like sometimes they like have like extras, like degrees to them because it's like, oh, well, this one's in higher demand. So we'll like say around the same as you. So yeah, when you put, if you put it in, right? If you put in, I just quickly Googled it, and Google was like, yeah, it ranges from like 11,000 upwards, right? And if I put in 11,000, AUD rise, that comes out at about 17. So it's a difference of about $3,000 of a loan, which is like 3K in the reference of like the numbers we're talking. 3 grand is a fucking lot, right? But in the reference of like one's around 17, one's around 20, it's not like one's like 3 grand and one's 20. It's again, I'm not saying that 3 grand isn't a lot. I'm just saying as far as like paying for an education, and when we're talking about those numbers, they're not that far out of the ballpark, right? And so I don't, and again, like I said, I will pay that back when I can. And I obviously will, because that is, like, not their fault that I didn't fucking finish my course. I just get anxious and then I get spirally. Dude, yeah, it's like it's pretty, yeah. I think. Yeah, $1. Yeah, $1 is 65. I just Googled it. Google says $1 is 65, and then yeah, so that's around where it is. So like when you do the thing, it's like, yeah. And then obviously, like I was doing it online as well. So if so that makes a difference as well, where you go to, how you do it, that will make a difference in how much you might pay. So yeah. So like in general, it's like, but again, the opportunity is great. It's just not, yeah, I just squandered it basically. Big rip. Dude, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, because I went to the job agency place the other day and they were reevaluating, because they changed the systems up. And so they were reevaluating like, oh, you know, how ready for work do you think you are? Like, how, like, you know, 1 being you need some time to get some confidence built, and 10 being you could work tomorrow. And I'm sitting there, and in my head, and this is kind of one of those things that felt like an oof moment for me. But I'm sitting there and it's like, look, I wish I was ready to work tomorrow, and I probably could if I could find exactly the right job, because I'm not very good with leaving the house, and I'm not very good at, like, you know, it is specifically a disability one, because, dude, it was still an off when I was like explaining that I have like a lot of anxiety and an ADHD, and then they sat there and they were like, anything else? Like, this, because the reason why is because I'd been there for a while, and basically they were like confirming what I had written there, because, dude, it's just the systems keep fucking changing, so they have to reconfirm it. And they recommended that I go to the doctor just to double check. And it's like, one of those things where you just sit there and it's like, what vibe do I give off to the fact where I say like, no, I've just got there. They're like, you sure you might want to go to the doctor about that? What vibe says that? What are you trying to, like, what? What? You might want to go back to the doctor on, what? But like, yeah, you're meant to be honest about it. Cause, she was expecting, that's what I mean, it sounded like it, because I'd been there for a while at that point, right? That was why there was, another reason why they were having the whole meeting is because I'd been there for a while, and they hadn't found and I hadn't found a job that was suitable yet. To be fair, again, the one job that they did find was very unsuitable, like, wildly unsuitable. And then they got cranky when I was saying like, no, I would not be able to do that. And then they were like, so you don't want to? And it's like, bitch, if I didn't want to, I'd say I don't want to. You found me a job that requires a license and I can't drive. That's what they did. That was the job. But they were like, so you don't want to do that one? And it's like, no, I would do it. I don't drive a car. Like, the whole job was like, that they worded it, right? And they were marketing it to me when I said that I would definitely do that, and that I'll go for the interview and it would be great because, you know, that sounds like it would work for me. They were like, oh yes, it's handing out, putting like the pamphlets and everything in mailboxes, it has all these benefits and everything, it'll be around the area, so like, literally cannot. I don't have a license, and I tried to go for a driving lesson, and afterwards I was nearly like physically ill from anxiety. Like, I couldn't sleep. I was having nightmares. I could not. Like, it is, yeah. And so I'm trying to explain that, and they're like, yeah, but like, sound like, basically making it sound like I didn't want to do it. When they were wording it to me, the only reason why I said I'd like my name put in is they were saying that I would be walking around my area, so I wouldn't need a car. And then the areas where I would need to work were an hour away. So I would need to find, okay, theoretically, an hour away, I can public transport that. No, I can't, because they're saying that they themselves said that wouldn't work because you need to, like, they're telling me how to do the job. They're saying you need to park your car. I don't have a car. Hour walk away? No, an hour drive away. If it was only a walk, I'd consider it, especially if it was one of those things where they were able to, like, you know, compensate or whatever for the travel time, right? Because they were saying that for like fuel, they could, like, if I did need to use a lot of fuel to travel, that I would be able to get like stuff for that, right? The job place was saying that if I was going to have trouble pay, like the job place was saying that they could help as well if it was the fuel that's a problem. And it's like, no, it's not the fuel. I don't drive. I would have to get public transport, and I can't, because they're saying that they park their car and then they drive their car in between the locations because it's too heavy to carry all of it around. Because it ends up being Like they were saying themselves that like they don't like, yeah. By the way, do you want to know what they expected me to do was when I was explaining, they were like, can't you just get like your partner or your sister to take you? And they sounded annoyed when I said, no, I'm not making my partner or my sister drive me. My sister has kids and my partner works, so he doesn't have all the free time in the world to just do this for fun. I'm not making them drive me an hour somewhere, hang around with me while I do the job for like 3 to 5 hours, so that, or as they said, they could help. So you want me to get my people that I love to drive me somewhere, work for free for hours in the sun in Australia, which is basically giving them sun cancer. But again, at this point, I'm just like, look, I want to do something. I don't like feeling like I'm not doing anything. So it's like, or just wait around, because again, the way they marketed it made it sound like it was down the road. And then when I said I can't do it, they got all upset. I said, so you don't want to. But they wanted me to just get somebody to work for free, or they see if they could join there too. And it's like, no. That's like, literally, why would I want, why would I condemn someone who I care about to work for free in the Australian sun because you think that it's acceptable to like, when I don't have a license, to find me a job that requires a license and then get upset because I said I can't do the job that requires a license. Like, it was so, you know what else pissed me off even more than all of that, right? Was how they treated the other person in the interview. I keep saying it because it still pisses me off to this day. I think about it and I'm still like, that was incredibly rude. You could have gone about it in a different way. But clearly, so they were going to the disability line for employment services, right? So you're going to get people who might not have full working capacity. They might have developmental stuff, physical delays, whatever. That's irrelevant, right? But you have to understand that you're not getting like, you know, this is that whoever's walking into that interview is not going to just be, they probably wouldn't be applying for that job. You know what I mean? So, but I get there and there's someone there and English clearly is not their first language. They have someone there interpreting for them and they notice that everything they say has to be interpreted. Notice it's taking longer, so they're just ignoring them. They just started ignoring them. That pissed me off. Honestly, even if I could have done the job, I probably wouldn't have wanted to just because of the fucking way they were treating other people. Because it's taking a little bit. I don't mind. Like, I'm happy to sit there while you take the extra time to make sure that this other person can get work. Right? There's a way you just grab the dispenser. It works and it's easier. It's faster. I don't have to click on the can, press R or anything. I just press Q, wiggle it, and put it back. It's faster. I'm sorry. But how do you know? Welcome in again. Welcome in, Johnny. Welcome in. And welcome in, everybody. I'm sorry. I've been in a rant today. But I guess that's why we're here. It's still in game chops, right? I just say because I haven't noticed it. Yeah. But it's like really funny. Yeah, imagine someone just grabbing an air purifier and waving it. Do you think you'd get the memo? I love when they act irritated though. They're just like, ugh, why are you spraying shit on me? And it's like, why do you smell like ass? Do you wipe, dog? Do you need to check your crack right now? Like, what the fuck? Like, I think you better go check. Have you showered recently? Like, you better go figure that out. Like, what the fuck? Don't come in smelling like roadkill and then get surprised when I get out the fucking airwick. Like, what the fuck? You have an aura of stank. You do, that's the consequences, is you have to deal with the fucking airwick, air fresh. It's just fucking... Why are you irritated at me? I should be irritated at you. Anyway, yeah, no, I hated how that like, again, They just... But they just, again, they started ignoring them. They started, every time there was a question, or like they were explaining stuff, they literally stopped looking at the other person in the interview with me. Because it was just me and them. And like I said, I don't care. I would rather you take the time to make sure that everyone in the room understands. They just started ignoring them and talking only to me and looking only at me. Literally, they stopped looking at the fucking person that was there. And they were only talking to me from that point on. And it's just like, that's a bit fucking rude. Like, they're there. And you're just, like, not even acknowledging they exist. That's rude. And that pissed me off. That still pisses me off. I don't know, man. Do I have any doopies in here that I can sell? Cause I need money. I need money. Oh, spell those are the same card. Yeah, gold edition. Sell the one that's graded lower. Yeah, it's like you're a walking war crime, dude. You're a biohazard with legs. Don't be acting surprised that you're getting sprayed. Because when you're a walking biohazard, this is warfare, dude. It should be a crime for you to, like, be in here. It's crazy. I want to grade the ones that are over 100 to see if I can get more than 100 out of them. Because sometimes they go up in value. Oh shit, I forgot to open the fucking store. I can't even remember what I was ranting about. I literally was just sitting there like, why was I ranting about all of this to begin with? I can't remember. I don't know how we got into any of these topics. We went from I don't like Now You See Me to at some point ranting about video games being like, I don't understand why people don't why people don't like that video games have the illusion of choice, because that's cool that they're able to fool you like that. And then then fucking uni debt at some fucking point. And then fucking I don't have but anyway. Oh, I remember what I was saying. Yeah, they asked me on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you do work? And I'm trying to sit there and I'm trying to be like, well, you know, if I had the right job, I probably, and they just turn around and they're like, oh, so a 1. And I'm like, well, I wanted to say more like a 5, because like if I found it, and they're just like, it sounds like a 1. I was like, that's not at all what I said. Compared to the better than Pokemon except I think neither's better than the other. I like all of them for what they are. I don't think any of them win. I think every creature and all of them. I think that in all of them, every series, it's one where it's like, I like this one more than I like this one, but this one's better than this one. I don't think I'd pick any of them where it's like, oh yeah, this one's just generally better and none of them are better than it. It's like, no, I feel like there's some really cool ones in here that I like. And then there's really cool ones in Pokemon, and then there's really cool ones in Power World, and then there's really cool ones in fan-made ones, and then there's really cool... People are just creative, dude. Also, I have a problem of I think I can do it itis. Dude, I need, like... I said all that shit about the dude from Now You See Me just needing therapy because it is not healthy to frame someone for bank robbery because they gave your dad a bad review. Essentially, like, and again, like I said, that's a skill issue, because if your tricks are revealed as a magician, right, I feel like it is not a modern concept, right? I guess relatively modern in the time of human history, but like, I feel like at the time frame that where it's talking about, I feel like it would not have been a modern or foreign or concept that, again, the Magician's Code, or whatever the fuck it was called, that aired in fucking 97 or some shit. I remember when I was young, there was a fucking dude who did a trick at fucking, like, Dreamworld or some shit. I can't remember. Like I said, I remember thinking he looks like an ass. But fucking scared me, dude. Don't do that. Don't, like, why the fuck you eating my camera? Get the fuck out of here. Fucking... What the hell? Also, I keep thinking about recently, I don't know why, but I keep thinking about the XQC scream. Because I can't remember, I think it was, we were watching a meme video, and then Jesse made the comment like, does he actually make that noise? Like, what noise does he actually make? And so we like looking it up to see like, you know, with the, like, try and find like the original to be like, does he actually, is that the noise that he actually makes? And I love it so much because it is so human. The reaction, because half of it's the scream at being scared of the game, and the other half is the shock of that just came out of me. You know what I mean? When you make a noise and you're like, that's not what that scared me because I didn't anticipate that noise. It's shock at that being what it sounds like. And I adore that. It's so, also, and one thing I wish I could change, I have the worst brain cells possible, potentially, because I was watching we were watching a video about like the remaster for Plants vs Zombies, which honestly I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that itch to just launch Plants vs Zombies again. Obviously not the like remaster or remake or whatever the fuck it's called. Just the old one. But like it was basically about how that's like soulless, and it was like one of the things from the marketing, and it was like I think it was like meant to be like, oh, they're streaming the game. Here's the potato mine saying fucking funny things, and I was just sitting there and I was like, oh no, because I know my chicken nugget brain is gonna pick up that, and I'm going to sit there, and now I'm going to constantly think it, and that is true. That is true. The past few days, I've just been sitting there, and every now my brain just says, chat, are we cooked? Are we just French fried? And I scream. I scream internally. I will scream. Chat, are we cooked? Or are we just French fried? Send help. Not okay, dude. I'm not okay. I need help. I need help. I need the dupes sent, and then I'll go and I'll make it just anyone. Raidbot goes crazy, but that's the thing, is the worst part about it is the fact that I knew. Like, I was looking at it and I knew. I'm sitting there and I heard that and I was like, no, my brain's gonna grab it. I'm just gonna be chilling now, and I'm gonna just hear that in the back of my head. I'll be trying to fall asleep, and I'll just be hearing chat, are we cooked? Are we just French fried? And I'll just be trying to sleep. And it's bad, dude. It's bad. I don't want to be this way. I feel like for these ones, I can wait the fuck. Where is it? The value mount. I don't mind waiting for those. But anyway, are we cooked? Are we... Send help. It's bad, dude. Fucking, I have had in my head. You're welcome. Anyway, what kind of, that is such a bad fucking, but it does serve its purpose, right? It's one of those things where you go, oh my god, that's so fucking awful, and yet I remember it. I know of it. Half the time, isn't that half the battle is not, like, it's not even the fact of getting someone to have an opinion on what you did, right? It's not like, oh, I have a product and I need you to form an opinion. It's literally just have a product, let them know that that product actually fucking exists. Is like half the battle, because once you know it exists, then you can start forming opinions. But it's literally just putting it in your brain as an option. That is half. That's the problem, and that's why like so much advertising exists for things that don't even need it anymore. Because like, let's be honest, if like, obviously that's to a degree, but they just want to make sure that you know they always exist, because they want you to go, oh, I am like, you know, I need this item. And then you think about all the times that you've seen ads for those items. So whether you mean to or not, like your little monkey brain will be like, oh, I should probably like get this brand, or I should look into this brand because I've heard of it before. right? I think I've heard of this before. And that's like, that's the struggle, because people like getting things they're familiar with. So if you've heard it before, you're more likely to like interact with it. So now I've heard of it and I know it exists. So now I'm more likely to interact with it because I know it exists. Anyway, I fucking hate it though. Howdy, how you doing? Welcome in. Hi. Can't handle any goddamn more. Dude, and you think mine can? I got I want to say it so badly. I want to say it so badly, dude. I really do. I'm gonna yeah, that's why. There it is. I was avoiding it so badly. I was like, I was trying to know, but I was so much brain rot. Are we cooked or French fried? We cook French fries, so are we French fried? How do we French fries? Secret to attractiveness? Manipulation and toxicity. People like people who they think could fuck up their life. So by being a neat, you think you could fix me, and that apparently, you know... You have to have the aura of broken. So that people don't want a finished house. No. People want a fixer-upper. You know, I've watched TV. People want fixer-upper. People want projects. People want somebody they can fix. People don't want people who are, you know, down to earth, grounded, and have like everything. You gotta have that broken. You have to, you know, ruin their life, or like you don't like. It's the thing of like you can't actually ruin their life, or you probably could, but like that comes with varying degrees, right? Like if you're excessively, then you probably could, but you have to convince them that you can be saved, though, right? It's a balance. You have to have the aura that you would ruin their life, but then you can't actually ruin it. You have to ruin it in the sense of like, they've suddenly started having to buy more, like, maybe they have to buy more takeaway because, oh man, you're so hopeless. You're such a hopeless case. Can't even cook for yourself. But like, see, being such a hopeless case, it's like, oh no, I have to buy you food because you can't even cook for yourself. That's cute. Bank robbery? Only Mark Ruffalo can get away with that, apparently. They have to be ovulating and you have to be Mark Ruffalo. Sorry. Yeah, you gotta be on a construction site, but you can't be like... You have to be the kind of construction site where people would like, you know, hang out kind of, you know, like when it's like, oh, it's a kid's show, or like, you know, think Monster House, where they're like, they are, like, it's kind of where it's like, you could still, not a construction site where it's like active, like, you know, waste. It has to be an approachable construction site. It can't actually be the, like, the worst. Because if you're too bad, then you're actually beyond saving. It has to be that they could believably save you. Anyway, I guess I just have that, like, girl failure aura. I have an aura of that, much like the people in this card shop have an aura of stank on them. I have an aura of girl failure going for me. So I suppose that's it, maybe. That's my best guess, at least. Yeah, it's not like you don't know. You like, yeah, you have to be at like. Not wrong construction, just an alternative construction. The kind of construction where they could actually, like, finish it. Like, it's got to have a solid foundation. You have to have a solid foundation of fuck-uppery. Completely hopeless. Just kind of hopeless. You know? Built incorrectly. Dog me too. It feels like that. That's what, like I said, is what kind of fucking aura do I give off that someone was like, are you sure that you don't have any more diagnoses? And it's like, dude, what are you trying to say to me right now? What are you implying? What are you trying to say? What else would you, why would you be telling me to go back to the doctor to double check that I'm not diagnosed with anything else? What do you think I should be diagnosed with? That's a little rude, you know? You can't just say that. I mean, they did, but I don't know, it felt rude when they did it. I would have liked it if they didn't. I would have liked it better if they hadn't, but I guess they... What aura do I have? What aura do I have? Imagine having the aura you seem like you're more... That's what I mean! Like... I feel like you can't just say to someone like, are you sure you're not diagnosed with more? Like, I'm pretty sure! What? They both funny? Yeah, maybe I'm funny because maybe that's why people say that I'm kind of funny. Maybe if I, like, that's the other reason. Look at Goofy. Yeah. Always. No, I'm not giving you my card. Get out of here. Dude, I can't imagine playing this with like, because there's some mods, and at that point it's like, actually you have a gambling addiction. Because like, I will sit there and I will open cards for like, but there is like a bunch of mods where it's like auto restocks, auto places stock, auto order stock, auto, like everything's auto trades. So, and it's like, at what point are you that fiendish for opening cards like non-stop that taking a moment? And then where's the joy, dude? I know that these aren't real people, but I get a sense of enjoyment from someone coming in and be like, do you want to buy my absolute dog shit pee pee poo poo card? No, you fucking dumbass. Get out of here. Get out of my fucking store. I get a joy. If I auto did that, where's my joy from telling people to get fucked? You know? Are you sure? I don't even know. I'm not technically diagnosed with autism, but I am basically the equivalent of peer-reviewed. I have not met a single individual who has told me that they don't think that I exist. My favorite anecdote is still my own mother. Because I thought she would be on my side in the terms of like, my friends were all saying that I kind of am. And I was like, but I'm not diagnosed. And, you know, I'm a little, you know, I just have anxiety. You know, I don't, am I? And then I go with my mom and I'm like, Mom, am I autistic? And she's like, I think we all have a bit of the tism. So, I may not have an actual clinical diagnosis from somebody because that costs a lot of money, but, that's what my mother thinks I am, so I take that with what, whatever that's worth. I think that's what they meant. I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure if I had to throw a shot in the dark of what I think they were trying to get at, oh, my shit came back badly. I got fucked. I guess that's the extra gamble, is getting it graded, is that it'll go out looking great and it'll come back. Dude, where am I sending it to get graded and why am I still sending it there? I send these cards and they are like really good condition when I send them, right? At best, like a 7, right? At worst, I mean, not at best. At worst, like a 7. And then they come back as a 1. And it's like, you sat there and you scratched the fuck out of my card, didn't you? Like, that's the only excuse. Like, how I'm sending cards and they don't have any scratches and then they're coming back with scratches. Why do I keep sending them there? You know what I mean? Like, why am I... continue. I think it would be, you know what I think would be cool? I feel like it would be cool if the cards actually kind of, if came out of the pack like that. I think that would be, I know that that would be an effort, but I feel like it would be cooler if they came out of the pack with imperfections. So, like, you could see them and you're like, shit, that is not gonna be... So, you, like, maybe there's, like, little tells where it's, like, a little difference in the shading. So, you can tell it's kind of bent when it came out of the pack. So, you can make the decision, like, do I sell it or do I send it? Because this one looks like it could come back as, like, you know, maybe there is and I'm actually just too oblivious. But I feel like if it had, like, a little difference... Like, you know how when you're picking the cards in... like Pokemon Pocket, like the Pokemon one on the phone, right? It has like the packs and they're meant to have better odds when it has a corner that's bent. Maybe it's something equivalent like that where it's not completely obvious unless you know what you're looking for. Like you could easily miss it, but if you know what you're looking for, you can tell that it'll come back with like probably a less than stellar condition, and then you can make the choice to sell it as is, or like, you know, maybe it'll come back. But I feel like it's dog shit that it's like, at worst, they're like, they go out and they look completely fine and then they come back scratched to shit. That's gotta be like, that sounds like a scam. That sounds like they're taking my card that I sent them, keeping it, and sending me back one that's worth less. You know, they have cards that are damaged and they're sending me the damaged card and taking my card that's in good condition. Like, I swear this has to be some kind of conspiracy. Why are my cards going out looking fine and coming back looking like someone went at it like a kid with a crown or some shit? What the hell is this? That's crazy. Absolutely insane. I need to buy more licenses. See, this is what I expected to happen when I was like, oh, I'll go pee. It's like, oh, you know, I expected it. Holy shit, it's 11 o'clock. Dude, I thought it was like 9. I was meant to end an hour ago. I am not even shitting you. I thought it was 9 p.m. at latest. I have to say it. But I think we're French fried. I think we're French fried. We might be French fried here. Dude, what did I even do? Like, I'm kind of annoyed. I streamed for 4 hours. What did I even achieve? What did I even do? I don't even know what I did. Like, after like 4 hours, I should be able to look at my store and be like, man, this looks great. It looks like the same. I bought like 2 things. This is not 4 hours of gameplay. What did I do? I am high-key kind of annoyed at myself that I spent 4 hours ranting and probably 5 minutes playing. But yeah, oh no, I do have to go. I was meant to end an hour ago. I apologize. I do have to end kind of suddenly because I was meant to go an hour. I thought it was like 9 o'clock, dude. What the fuck? Where did the time go? Where did it go? I wasn't even doing anything. I didn't even do anything. What the fuck? What? Honest to God, I'm confused right now. They go with the red. Yeah, but I think that's actually what's upsetting to me to think about is the fact that the reality and the time, the acceptance that, yes, I did just rant for 4 fucking hours. I think that's a reality I don't want to accept. I refuse. I refuse to accept that I literally just sat there and ranted for 4 hours because that's insane. No one does that. That's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll let this day end and then I have to end 'cause, again, that's crazy. Holy shit. It's insane. Also, it doesn't end. It's not like I noticed and I'm like, oh shit, I better lock in for the rest of the day. No. Also, it's kind of funny because I was looking at the Game Awards nominations and everything, and it's just like, oh, Expedition 33, Expedition 33, Expedition 33, Expedition 33, Expedition 33. Yeah, Expedition 33. Like, it's just all Expedition 33. Like, so much of it is Expedition 33. It's insane. That's just crazy. Like, I love the... It's not even one of those things where I'm saying, oh, it has to be, like, rigged or bad. Like, no, it's even also, like... It's also one of those times where it's like, valid. Like, none of the fucking nominations be like, nah, that doesn't make sense. That it would be like, nah, valid. Makes sense. Checks out. Like, for, like, everyone that it's there for, it's like, nah, I, you know, that's fair. You know what I mean? It's all like it's all a that's fair moment. I don't think that any of it feels like, oh no, it didn't. No. It had a great soundtrack. It had great voice actors for it. It had great story. It had great gameplay. It was an exceptional game. Like, I knew it was good, and I know it's good because I don't even like turn-based games. But it was just, it added enough and it brought enough that my fucking monkey fried brain that doesn't like turn-based games because there's too much downtime. Because, I know, it's just annoying when you play turn-based games and you're like, you know, like, you just sit there and it's like, oh, it's not my turn, so I just have to sit. Like, that's it. There's nothing else I can do now. I just have to hope that what I did is good enough. I don't like that feeling. I like that at every stage, I'm in control, right? Even if I'm outmatched, there's no point where it's like, oh, I'm severely, like, I have to rely on luck in that sense. It's like, I can parry. I could parry it. I could dodge it. I could, if I'm willing to put in the commitment, I could get it, right? Obviously, there's some parts where it's like, you know, but it's like, I don't have to just sit here where, like, I feel like again, there's so many times where it's like I've tried to play turn-based, but it really does feel like I've made my turn, and now I'm just either waiting to lose or, you know, that kind of vibe, because it's like I made my decision and it's giving that vibe of it's probably not the right one, or it's like a controlled decline, right? And there's nothing you can do. Whereas this one, again, there's times where it still feels like a controlled decline because it's like I'm stuck just healing the damage they did, but I could also dodge the damage they did. Like, I am healing. I'm at that point when most of my turns are just staying alive, but if I keep dodging, I can then create another opening for myself. Whereas it feels like sometimes with the games, I know that it's probably one of those things where, oh, we'll just be better. But, like, that's why I like this one, is it didn't feel like I had, at all times, a chance. Right? The days go so slow in this sometimes. I was like, yeah. Mainly because I had a lot to drink today. I had, like, a lot of soft drink and a lot of energy drink, and so I need to pee again already. And it's like, oh, I will go to the bathroom after the day ends, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, the moment my kidneys are crying, the game is just like, oh, well, you better, and we're gonna take 5 years to end the day. Xenogears, I have a look. I don't hate I don't hate, but it's like, I don't hate all games. There's quite a lot of old games that I went back, like, again, I played Fear, and Fear is broken enough that I had to download patches from a mysterious part of the internet and pray to God I didn't download a virus. But, like, I fucked with Fear. I really liked Fear. Even though there was a part where I had to, like, change the resolution, walk through a door, and then change my resolution back, because if my resolution was set to anything higher than, like, 720p, I think it was, the whole game would crash at one doorway. But I really liked it. I just thought, I still, even now, I think that's very funny. It's just like, oh, I'm going through this doorway now. Game broke. And it's like, that was like the only, like, it's just one door in the whole game, where if your resolution's too high, you have to turn it down, walk through the door, get to the other side, and then turn your resolution back up. That is very funny. They want this, they give me this. This is worth 700, this is worth 1,000. So I want this. Yes? Yes. Worth more. Like I need to play, because I like that the turn-based will not be. Yeah, it's like literally, like I said, I feel like there's times where, even though it can be satisfying if you've set up something, right? And you've been building something, maybe you're using empowering moves, and maybe you've done something and you've walked right into my trap. But it's like literally just the moment that they're doing stuff, you have to wait. Just wait. Don't touch anything, just wait. And in this one, there's not a moment where I'm like, I just have to wait until they're finished so I can make my next turn, right? Like, at every point, I have to be actively engaged because I have to be there, otherwise, because I could dodge the hit. They want 200, it's only worth that much though. I give you 150. I give you 150. No. Rejected. Get rejected, nerd. Get rejected. Probably not the first rejection, considering you're in a card store. But I'm also at a card store, so I am probably also... This is probably why I get, like, you know, card shop owner getting a kick out of rejecting people's offers, because I get to be like, haha, finally, how the turntables... Yeah, like, again, I think it's maybe just because turn-based games aren't my vibe to begin with. Maybe I just don't have the mind space for them. But again, it really does feel like, oh, it's not my turn. My job, wait. Like, because even if mentally you're thinking of something, that's not doing, right? I need to do. I don't want to think, I want to do. I want to click on something. I want to participate actively, right? And I don't, like, even if it's mentally like, oh, I need to see what they're doing so that on my turn, and it's like, so on my turn, so I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. Maybe I'm observing while I wait. Right? And it's like, again, maybe I'm just not made for them. Maybe I am built not turn-based. But, again, I was surprised that, like, Expedition 33 got me to play the whole fucking game and finish it. So... that's cool. That doesn't usually happen. That's impressive by my terms. Like, that I just sat and that I finished the whole game. And that I finish a whole game that's turn-based too. I haven't tried I haven't played I haven't played any of those kind of games in a while. Like, again, I haven't even played Uma Musume recently. But that's because I'm trying to, like, I don't know. I noticed that it was a bit problematic, so I'm waiting until I know that I'm not going to launch it and then sit there and do nothing but, and then be, like, unable to sleep because I just need one more playthrough, because what if I can get a better stat? And it's like, I need to wait until I know my relationship with it will be healthy. I need to wait until I know that I'm not going to throw my entire fucking life away at it. Cause I just kept spamming it to try and get the better, like, sparks. And it was unhealthy, I'll be honest. It was getting to the point of being kind of unfucking healthy. So, oh, dude, I was like, oh, I can go enter the next day, but if he's buying something, I always wait because it's like, well, one more sale would be nice. I pay the rent anyway. It's like, I may as well get the most out of that day of rent that I can and get every sale possible and wait for them to finish their card games and buy their shit. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go to the next day so that it saves, and then I'm gonna head out because it's bedtime. Well, it's not bedtime. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna keep playing it, but it's time for me to sit here, play it. I need to eat and shit. I need to do, like, looking after myself levels of shit. I need to not sit and rant for 4 hours. Maybe rest my voice a little. You know, me sitting here wondering, you know, maybe that is it. Maybe I sit here and I'm like, man, why does my voice hurt so much? Maybe I really do just talk more than I realize. Maybe in my mind, it's like, oh, maybe there's something wrong with my, you know, my voice because it hurts, like, you know, after a while. And it's like, maybe I'm just talking more. Maybe I'm literally just talking so much that I'm making my throat sore. Like, I think that might just be what it is. Yeah, because I feel like I drop random. Dude, I do that so often. I drop shit randomly for no reason all the fucking time. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of stuff where it's like, I like this, and then I just didn't go back to it for no reason. It's kind of impressive almost sometimes. Alright, who are we rating? Who are we? Who is our victim? Who is the victim? Wah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Hang on, let me open stuff. Ready for it? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, oh, is it really that surprising? Like, are you actually surprised? Really? Like, really solidly actually surprised? It's like, yeah, maybe not. We'll raid a mic, cause I need to go pee. I need to go pee. So I'm just grabbing. Also, they're playing Undusted Letters from the Past, and fuck me, I'm fucking dying. But yes. They play Undusted Letters from the Past, and they're really chill, so make sure you check them out. Here is raid message. I need to go pee before I die. Thank you so much for dropping in, everybody, and lurking and chatting and dealing with me ranting about Now You See Me for probably over an hour. I think that was like a solid chunk of the fucking stream was just like me being like, if I directed a movie, which is a good thing I don't because I have bad ideas. But anyway, I hope that you will have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I hope you will eat yummy food, stay hydrated, stay safe, gamble a little bit because it's fun, be financially responsible because that's also fun, steal Pokemon cards from kids, Happy Meals, and until next time, everybody, stay safe and bye-bye.